Happy Sunday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. I'm putting a jacket on and my sleeve is stuck. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, chat. I remember to grab water. I made myself water. So proud of myself for remembering. Yay. Thank you for the check-in music. Thank you for the check-in Uranus. Thank you for check-in dog. I appreciate it very much. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to Sunday. Welcome to me being totally fine and totally in control until the last 2 minutes of ad break, and then I panicked because I had to do like so much stuff in 2 minutes. I'm normal. But I do hope you guys are all doing very well today. Oh, I do want to just say something. Couple announcements. For today's stream, Mr. Beakers will be inactive just to get him off the screen chat. That's the only reason he's not there. So I want to go in and deactivate him super quick. And then plush summon TTS. Boop. Cool. So he is deactivated today, and then also I instituted, started, or whatever you want to call it. There is a Mr. Beaker. I did that for April Fool's Day. Mr. Beakers ran chat. You can still summon him. Like you can still summon him. He just won't talk to me. That's what I deactivated. See? Mr. Beakers. Mr. Beakers. My computer's struggling. Everything's broken, chat. Play Morinus. Oh my god, look how bad it is. Oh my god, all I did was push a button. Oh my god, you broke everything. There he is. I didn't even push that button. Go away. I'll push the Beakers button, chat. But yeah, so like he can still be summoned. Everything might break apparently if you do that, but but yeah, also I set up two things. I set up an emote finally for 25k bits. It's obviously not dropping in one lump sum, but if you, over the course of your time here in stream, or on this channel, if you drop 25,000 bits, I don't know why anyone would, but if you do, you get a thigh emote now. So you get my thighs. You're welcome. And then also, because Twitch is being really weird with their viewers, and counting them and who counts and blah blah blah, I have put in a channel redeem. So for 1 channel point, you can do the I am lurking. The thing is, if you're not active, quote unquote, in chat like every hour, some say it's every half hour, some say it's every hour. I don't know. You can count if you're interacting with chat in some way, talking in chat, doing redeems, so forth and so on. So to help that and to help you, if you want to lurk, that's totally valid and totally welcomed. I'm not going to stop you, because I get it. And you can just click that. It just tells me like, hey, I'm here, but I don't have to interact with you. I don't have to do anything. You can continue to lurk. It's all great and it's all fine and dandy. So that's what we have going on. I pushed the thing for the stuff, chat. OBS, can you read that I pushed the button for the thing? Like, it says that it's on. And OBS is like, nah. But then OBS also breaks, like, all the fucking time, so. Okay. So, yeah, chat. That is that. Also, friendly reminder, just for everybody in general, this is a Twitch-only stream today to help with my connection, because Doc and I are playing Clip Fiction together, through what internet and so forth and so on. So to help bandwidth, this is only on Twitch. It will be, the VOD will be obviously up on Twitch as soon as stream is over, and will get uploaded elsewhere after stream. So if for any reason you miss it, don't worry. You'll still be able to see it. It's still there. What else? What else? Tuesday is tentative. I don't know if Tuesday will happen. I haven't talked to Doc about it. I just put it in the schedule and I said it'll be what it is. So Tuesday, Doc and I might have a split fiction day. If we finish today, obviously we won't. I don't know if he's going to have a makeup session for recording on Tuesday. I don't know if we're gonna be in the mood to do it. You know, it's one of those things. So that's where that is coming from. What else we got, chat? What else we got? I don't know what else we got, you know? Oh, I gotta change that. That's good to know. Let me fix this before I forget, chat. And then we will be all good and we'll grab Doc. I think it's under alerts. Guys, my nails aren't long, but they're longish, so now they do tippy tap. You can't, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but they do tippy tap. I keep telling myself I'm gonna grow my nails out, and then they get just slightly longer than they are now, and I'm like, I hate them, and I rip them off because they get really weak when they get long. So that's why I only touch them if they're like professionally done. No, I don't want this to be any. General settings. I want I wish this could be like, because I'm gonna have to set up for every single one. Ew. Okay, we'll do this. We'll do this one. And we'll do this one. And we will turn that off. And save that. Does that work? Can I do that for today and then fix it later? Preview. I think it worked. No worries, Kai. Do your schoolwork. Be a good student. Do good student things. Okay, I think we're good. For now, anyway, chat, we're good. I'm sure I'll break it before the end of the stream today. He broke Mr. Beakers, Kai. He made a comment Mr. Beakers because I turned off the TTS Mr. Beakers. And then I went to go push him to show him, like, no, Beakers is still here. And everything broke. Everything broke. All right. All right, let me go grab Doc. Boop. Why didn't he show up in Fuji? There he is. There he is. Hello.
Hello.
I made it. Chat, you should be able to hear Doc. Doc, say something.
Something.
I mean, it comes up. Oh, it's gonna repeat on my end. Motherfucker and a half. Hold on. Yeah. Turn you off. Properties. Split fiction. All right, try now.
Something? Now? What?
Is that better?
I don't know.
Okay, that's better. Kai says it's better, yeah. It's because, again, if I have computer sounds on, it doubles everything that's not, or everything that runs through my computer. Because, like, Discord has to have its own audio feature, and gaming has to have its own sound feature. But if something else needs to... It's stupid. Tech is dumb, chat. That's all I'm gonna say. Just tech is dumb. Blame Windows 11 and tech is dumb. Okay. So, oh, I gotta move myself to this side. Boop. I'm gonna shrink myself a smidge. Okay. And then open up Split Fiction. You know what's funny, Kai? I didn't want everything separated, but because of some of the things that I was doing, I kind of found out it was a lot easier to have it separated. But I need to stream deck it better, so like computer sounds no longer exists, and it's like Discord and a game that I'm playing. See, I'll set up to a game, but I don't always switch it to a game, so it's a thing. And I just left it on desktop, which is valid. Doc,
What?
you need to move your character over.
There we go. I wasn't clicked in the screen. I was like...
Yeah, it does that.
I don't even remember where we left off.
Me either. I think we're in your world, though. Yeah, we're doing stuff with the dragons. That's what we're doing.
Mm.
We're doing the wagon stuff. Wagon stuff. I had a page open dedicated to the chapters of Split Fiction, and I think I closed out of it. Split Fiction chapter list. Just so I can kind of keep an idea.
Whoa! So, did you ever want to become an astronaut? Isn't that every kid's dream? Then why didn't you? Math sucks.
Valid. I feel that in my soul.
All right, let's continue. We have a dragon realm to save.
Oh, hold on. We have the blind open and it's just reflecting on my screen.
Okay. Let me know when you're good.
Okay, much better. I went to go look over and I was like, oh, Jesus. Oh, I fell.
Oh no.
I'm gonna blame the light glare. Totally. I'm ahead of you, by the way. What's up? What can I answer for you in 14? I forget how to fly. That's how I fly.
I don't think I could pull this one alone.
I'm coming. I'm right behind you. Boop. Oh, what am I? Oh, wait, what am I doing? Oh. There we go. That was weird. I know the 1/100s are like Bracken something. BR apostrophe something something. But I forget what the like other ones are called with the roulette.
Yep, I think he saw us.
Oh no, you're running.
Not good! Go, go, go! How do we escape? There should be a cave! Should or will?
Hi Shadow, we're getting hunted by monsters.
Oh god. Thank goodness. I was like, why did I die?
Still in one piece. Good. We should be safe in here. Let's press on.
I'm a little
You and
dragon.
Ella still hang out like when you were kids? Not really, but I talk to her daily.
Okay. That almost killed me. Jack, I melt his ball.
It reacts to acid.
Hey!
Yes, Yes, you can, apparently.
But it worked to your advantage, so I have failed. What?
Water fishies. Hello, fishies. Why are you swimming down a waterfall? I can eat them. I can eat the spectral fishies.
I think I can too. There's all a Y button. Eh. I eats them. I eats them, chat. There we go. I just want to fly.
Ong. Now it's gonna fall off the edge.
I threw up.
Back.
Bleh.
Eh. Oh, I'm bad at this. Nope.
I noticed.
And it's gone.
Soccer player, Doc is not.
Nope. Wonk. Don't get stuck in the corner. Go up the hill. Wonk.
Blame your ball for your lack of ball throwing skills.
Ow.
I blew us up, but I didn't blow up the egg, so you know we gotta do it again.
Oh, that goes over here. I think.
He paused the game. Bless you.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Ugh. Oh no, these go down. Oh. Ooh.
Fail. Oh, I'll wait to get the ball, I guess. No, don't do it! Say you should have waited. Oh, my dragon does big stretch.
All right.
Oh, big stretch,
Put
little
it up.
dragon.
Put up the next one. You didn't put up the next one.
I'm throwing acid at it and nothing happened. I am very confused.
Probably an angle thing.
Stupid. Like this
Put
one
up
I
the
got,
first
no
one.
problem. Alright, ready, go. Go. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. You were there. There you go. Ah, got
The second one. Oh no. Well, now we're both gonna die.
It's fine. There you go. Take your spewy thing. Spewy thing!
Oh. Well, I made it, but the ball didn't.
Well, that's a you problem.
Alright, first one.
Alright. No! No! Stop jumping off the hill! I keep wanting to aim with left trigger, and that's not the thing in this game. There we go. There you
Load
go.
up.
That's what it is.
Boom.
See, I knew it was something. I just didn't remember the name of it.
Boom.
Acid!
Coming down.
Oh my god, it doesn't last as long. Ah!
Next one.
I'm trying!
Nope,
Oh,
nope.
shit.
That's the bomb. Well, now we're dead.
Let me through! Let me through.
Alright, I'm ready for the first one.
Whee!
No!
Chat,
No!
Chat, he said he was ready and he wasn't. That's on him.
Comes. Oop. Eh. Yeah.
Perfect. No notes.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend.
Hi,
We got another one of
Deadline1
these.
just subscribed for 12 months.
Hi, thank you for the year. Welcome in.
Bound by regret and sorrow, old spirits dwell.
And I'm blowing things up with acid.
All right. So, what's the plan? We're here to reawaken them all from their ancient slumber. Where did you draw inspiration for this, Zoe? Well, I suppose it's an ode to those we lost.
Right?
Fair enough.
Freaking nuts, man. Oh shit.
That looks like it's something I have to do.
Here we go.
Nice.
So. There you go.
So,
And then there's a button over here that you probably have to push.
I think you have to jump as it goes across.
Yeah, no, just. I don't know! I don't know!
Chat, she's dead. Sending it over.
No! Yeah.
You gotta jump. Oh, you made it. I was gonna say,
My
you
little
might have to jump
talons.
earlier.
My little talons need to grip something. There we go.
The final spirit still lingers. Cool. Let's free that bad boy.
Where is it though? Came down that way. This way? This looks new. Ding-a-ling. Oh god.
I probably have to jump up there.
Oh my god.
Chat, I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Alright. Hold on, can I go up? Like.
No, I think you're gonna have to fly over this way.
Yeah. Okay.
Or wait, no. There, that's where you go.
I have little wings. On the bouncy ball.
And then I have to be the quick one here.
No!
Okay.
I didn't do it. What the fuck? There we go. Alright. I guess
Crap.
hit me.
Alright.
Wait. What? Where am I supposed to go?
You have to like double jump over the
The spiky spikes?
over the spiky spikes, I think. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Alright, I'll put it closer to you to start.
Okay.
There.
Damn! It doesn't last that long.
No, it doesn't. You missed it.
Alright, but I figured out the first one. Let me jump. And then we go hip. Hit. 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 Hit.
You got it. You got it. Haha. And now you got to do something for me, I think.
Yeah, I gotta melt this for you. Here you go.
Oh, that requires a bit more oomph, apparently. Yeah. Freedom for the dragon.
As the dragon then comes down and eats us.
I mean,
No, I'm sorry, that's my story. If it was my story, the dragon come down and eat us.
I mean to never let you into this world.
We've seen Zoe's stories, man. They never have a happy ending.
Epic!
Zoe's do, Mio's don't.
That's what I meant.
So, Bay Raider, what do you think you'll throw at us next? Who knows?
Thank you for
But
the
he doesn't
hydrate.
strike me as the type who takes no for an answer.
Thank you for the plush.
Yeah, I suspect this is about to get real ugly, real.
Oh, god damn it.
Must destroy all the pink.
My things are broken. My alert stuffies.
Whoa, check it out, Mio. Another side story's up ahead.
No cursing. Thank you for the check-in. Alright, I will set my...
This one's got gummy bears.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell, does hell count as a curse, chat?
I'd say yes.
Okay. I'm setting a timer. Hold on. Really? Really, little dragon? Climb, little
You gotta
dragon.
How did you do that, you cheater?
Through the miracle of dragonhood.
Any idea of what's in this one? No clue.
If this is Miho's story, I'm gonna die.
Whoa. Okay, I'm officially done being surprised. I have no memory of creating this. But you know, it's nice to see a sweeter side of you that's not all existential dread and explosions. Yeah, something's off.
Oh. It's a side story. It's a story my character wrote when she was
Or
high on
imagine.
acid.
Yes, now I remember.
Aw.
Is it about your 5th birthday party, perhaps? Uh-huh. And it's the first story I ever wrote.
Aww. I've pushed the wrong button, chat. No, it's sweet. Oh god.
Oh my god. You know what this reminds me of?
Now that you mention
What?
it, this does look like a kid's rushed fever.
Fall Guys?
I was
Yeah.
fine. What can you expect? You nailed the hairstyle, though.
I think it needs us both.
I don't have
Boom.
I don't have the jumping ability. I have dash.
No, you should. It's right. Yeah.
Oh. Trigger buttons.
Oh.
Our
Oh, God,
mission,
this
Zoe,
is
light
absolutely-
the birthday cake candles. To make a dream come
I think I'm
true.
good at Fall Guys.
I don't recall the
Oh,
end.
God.
I'm not good at the
But
14 Fall
probably
Guys,
something
but I'm
so
okay at Fall Guys. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm a bouncy
Hilarious.
bullshit. No!
Do 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 do. Oop. I gotta wait for you. Okay.
No!
I
No!
am disgusting and creepy, and I love it.
I feel like I'm a tooth with toothpaste on me, with googly eyes, and that creeps me out.
It does look like that, doesn't it? You have to brush your teeth to get your candy. Ground pound it.
Oh, ground pound it.
And then you could air dash, yeah.
Cool, cool. I was like, did I go the right way? I don't think so. Oh god.
You had it.
Wait, but come on.
You got a ground pound. You hit the candy.
Woo!
Yay. Hi, Toothy.
Hi. I keep forgetting that it's right trigger to do my jumping thing.
What's up?
Ew, that sun is creepy! I don't like it.
Oh my god. I didn't even see the sun initially.
It's
Holy
so,
shit.
Everything else is super cute. That is just creepy.
Hold my little hand. What happened?
Guys, we're holding hands.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but let's climb a cake. Yeah, get those candles lit. See you at the top.
Oh, come on! That was mean. Oh, shit. Stop it!
Surely all these sweets must have caught up with you. Now that you mention
my
it, I got a
God.
toothache once and... You know what? Never mind.
Oh my god! The pink ball keeps throwing me back! Stop it!
No. I need you again.
I'm getting there! Come on. Yeah, I landed in chocolate. So I'll maybe do the ball again. Thank you. Okay. Running. No! I protest. I made it! No. Oh my god! I don't have the coordination. with
This
this.
cake is not as sweet as it looks.
There we go.
Woo! I'm the front tooth, baby!
I fell in chocolate. I hit a cherry and fell. There you go. Across that one. Across that one. Across this one. Oh, ah! God damn it.
Ooh, let's light some candles and celebrate my birthday. Okay.
Oh, great. Now we're gonna summon the devil.
Dentist will see you now.
Mia!
Make a wish.
Oh my god!
Thank you.
Which one of you needs to be yanked?
I got you.
Is this your first time at the dentist? Mine too.
How did you forget about this dent? Kid,
Oh,
you can't
do you
blame me
want
for
that
suppressing
breath?
this horror!
Wow. He yeeted me off, chat. Right?
Boss is boss.
Oh, damn it.
Pound those teeth! Rodeo teeth!
Bite him. Eat him. No!
Always trust your dentist. This will get on your nerves.
Hey, let me out!
Ow.
Brace yourself. This is going to sting. Brace yourself.
Yay, chat, I can curse again.
Let's take you for a little
Oh, God.
spin. Oh, are you feeling dizzy?
No!
Why?
No!
You might feel a slight bad.
Now, you bitch! He threw me off like a dick!
White.
I can't jump. There we go. Yay! Get him! Get him!
Get some! Jeez, Mio. What was that about?
will see you now. The dentist will see you now. The dentist will see you now.
Awful, terrible, creepy. Many notes. Many notes, chat. Doc, I think you're muted.
I said awesome. I loved every second of it.
So, afraid of the dentist, are we? 5-year-old me who made it a horror story sure was. What about adult Mio?
I mean, that's valid.
I hate them. But who doesn't? No one, not a single person in the entire history of the world has ever been excited to visit the dentist. No. Healthy teeth are important.
But healthy teeth are important.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Her dad's a dentist, I can tell.
Got a lollipop after their appointment.
I mean,
Huh.
not everybody hates them, just most of the population.
Immediately cleansed it from the stimulation. I got to keep the nightmare. Yay.
Yay!
Don't worry, music. My dad would feel offended too.
But it's not inaccurate. A 5-year-old would 100% see that. Most 5-year-olds, I believe, would be terrified of it.
Who's that?
Oh God, here we go.
It's the treasure traitor. And it's not a turtle, it's a tortoise. What else? Let's hunt it.
I think you need to flame it. Yeah, alright.
Ow, God damn it.
Try it, Mio! Your turn! Bash it down! You can run, but you can't hide!
Ah! Why is there fire? Fire!
Don't let it escape! Hurry!
Look, I melted my stuff.
In the name of the realm, stop!
I have nothing against them. My biggest thing is, for years I didn't have insurance for it. Doc just yeeted himself off the bridge. Or is that me? That was me. I'm gonna yeet myself again because I... Aim. Aim what? Oh.
Hold on.
Oh no, I didn't realize it was...
Hamster wheel of heaven reminds me.
It's showing me to aim, so I was like, oh, because I'm in a weird position. Got
The
it.
treasure traitor is an ally to the megalith. So, the sword guy was more of a general. This guy meddled with the finances? Exactly. The collapse of the dragon government was the tortoise's doing.
Tortoise. You can do it, Zoe. I believe in you. Yay.
Something's approaching. Hand-to-hand combat, Neo. Our specialty.
No.
Snap that hand!
It's so hard
God.
to do. There we go.
You're up!
Oh, I got stuck. Wait for me, I'm coming, hold on.
Right, let's press on.
I'm gonna stay on this side. I don't trust you, Doc. Okay. My little acid dragon. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Melt anything?
Okay, we're getting closer to the Golden Palace. Hence all the security measures. Makes sense, right?
Okay.
Purple ball. Quite off, but pretty. That's Ella's favorite color.
Ah! Okay. This is so disorienting.
Oh god.
No!
Dragon Slayer's feet went. Keep it up!
Oh, come on! There you go.
Nice.
This is the final resting place for the primordial dragon mother. Check out those.
Chat, even the
golden
game
grills.
likes feet.
Thanks, Mia. Thanks.
Oh god. Alright, I'll just do it this way. Bye.
Hell yeah, laser.
Oh, laser dragon. Oh god. Okay.
Wow, that just bounced me right into the fire. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ready? You gotta start spinning those things.
Here you go.
Got it, got it. Find solid ground.
Alright. That. And then hit that.
Wee.
We go this way.
Lots of humans coming. And that's the action.
Ow, he hit me! Ow, stop it! Don't hit me, I'm just a little dragon! Rude. These take a lot of acid. I got one.
Well, yeah, except they were surrounded too much.
Yeah. Ow.
Oh, come on.
I got a hand.
The other hand's gonna go down. There you go. There's the other hand. And then a foot. Ow! Stop hitting me! Alright, there's a foot. And there's a foot. There you go.
What the? What the? It's jumping!
There you go.
Onward.
That's some
Implement
bullshit.
the temple entrance.
Eh, eh.
Dragon Ella and I hunger for battle.
What is this one? Anything hidden there? Gotta be sure.
That's my button. My button's on the left.
Forge ourselves some swords. If you hand me a sword, I will find a violence.
At least I'm honest about it.
There's our little friend again.
That's really cute though.
There, get to the palace.
Crap, 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 crap. Oh.
The hour of reckoning is upon you, traitor.
Oh, little dragon!
Nowhere to run now. Ready
You
for
shall
war?
face our wrath.
Hell yeah!
Roar!
Time to face the consequences of your foul deeds.
Oh, why? No, I don't want to fight this way. It's just so disorienting for me.
Release me from
Oh,
this
help.
pesky prison.
I got you. Oh shit.
I don't like that.
Ah! Ow. Fire, fire, fire. Okay, I can't jump over the fire. Uh-oh.
Quick, bristle.
I got you.
Something I hit the last. There we go.
Help! I'm trapped.
No! Ow. Okay. Oh,
Oh,
come
boy.
on!
Okay, it didn't seem to take kindly to that. We slip him? Why did I make him a turbo tortoise?
Ah! Ah!
Help!
I'm trying! He obliterated. Oh god. I can't
We
die. Ah! Ah! He's so evil!
Is that all you got, you traitor? Give the headshot!
I'm spewing acid at him when I can. Okay, there's another ball for you. Ah! 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 Leave me alone! Oh, I ran to the wall. Ah,
Yep.
you were so close.
Mm-hmm.
Boo. Oh shit.
Oh, at least we
Okay,
skipped
didn't
phases.
seem to take kindly to that.
I forget we typically do.
Why did I make him a turbo tortoise?
Oh, I walked through the wall again.
Try and find that I will not harm a coward.
Ow!
Now that's on.
Watch out, he's gonna do the slammy thing.
Ow. Ah, come on! I jumped! Ah! Leave me alone!
Come on, Fiona. Crack this tortoise.
Watch out, he's gonna do the.
Yeah, I'm not. I feel like I do better when I'm closer to it. came back to the exploding balls in my face. That was sucky timing. Stop bringing me back to him. There you go.
We
Ooh.
need to drown the traitor in boiling gold. Wait, are we gonna torture this tortoise? Don't worry. It's like dropping a lobster into boiling water.
Wow.
But they say that's inhumane. So they feel a lot of pain from it. Wait, they do? Why do I start to feel bad? It can't be helped. We need those swords. I suppose. Final push, Neo. Okay, let's do this. Ta-ta, traitor.
Wow. Dark.
I love that. Oh, they consider me. They do? Well, too late now. We'll fix that in editing. Give me my weapon. This is nice, though.
I mean, that is pretty cool looking.
Right? I like that.
This place is massive.
Note to self: steal this for D&D campaign.
Okay. I want to ride the back of the dragon.
Okay.
Claim thy weapon and take flight. Slay the beast in the sky.
Right?
Mio, your hand.
I got the weapon.
They're surprisingly light.
I murdered a dragon to do it, though.
We're gonna need them later. All right.
Why would look wet?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
Holy shit! Cool, right? Wow! This is insane!
Give it a hug.
Okay, follow my lead.
Hug the dragon.
Remember, approach her with care and make sure you... Oh, good girl!
Look at you, Mio.
No, nothing. Then let's unleash hell!
I mean, to be valid, I've worked with the same dragon for a while now. Her and I are tight.
Let the
Oh.
hunt begin!
This freaking
Oh,
wingspan. Oh, now okay.
Boom! Yeah, nice shot! Woohoo!
I don't know what I need to spew. Oh. See, it's like auto doing it to some degree, so I'm like, what do I need to do?
We're trading places.
You!
Oosh.
So where's our target? Beyond the next passage! Steel yourself! Armed to the teeth! Literally!
I'm going to the left eye.
Chad,
I told you which eye.
Yeah, but the controls are slightly inverted, so I went the wrong way. That's all.
Show yourself, coward!
Yeah, let's
Why
go,
can't
baby.
we all just be friends? I mean, you're a dragon, I'm a dragon. Why can't can't we just be dragon buddies?
Revenge all dragons! We're by your side! Attack!
You know, if I don't have to fight this dragon and I just get to watch a cutscene, I'm also okay with that because it's pretty epic regardless.
It's escaping! Hunt it down!
Here we go.
I'm training dragons! Exactly.
It ends now! No
Uh,
mercy!
laser its butt with acid!
Bring it on!
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh, mama.
Is that your best shot?
Boom.
Keep pressing on!
Yeah, bitch. Eat my... Whoop.
Man,
Buckle up, Mio! Yes!
What?
this is
What?
insane.
Oh, God.
You know what?
I went right. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go next. Ah! Oh.
Falcon dive!
Whoa. Okay. No, not underwater fighting. Ooh.
Come on! Stay on course! Together we stand!
Come here, dragon.
Don't let him escape! Not on our watch!
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ow. Ah! In a little tiny crevice. In a little tiny crevice. Oh, God. I missed chat.
Woohoo!
And boom.
Oh, God.
Yeah! Stay on target, Mio!
This one's yours.
I already got it. It's done.
Push it to the top! Full speed!
Okay.
Whoa! What's that glowing thing, Zoe? We've reached its lair! Right. But where did it go? Just stay alert! You okay? This is awesome!
We're gonna die by the evil dragon, but this is so awesome. Oh, God. Okay.
Whoa!
I haven't been a human in a while. I have to remember how to, you know, not screw it up. life! Ah, crap. Rock dragon! Yay!
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
We're suddenly playing Monster Hunter. We rode the dragon. Attack. Oh god!
Oh,
Oh, that was our dragons. I was like, what?
oh, behind us.
Okay.
It's forcing you forward.
Thank you!
What's that? Strike it! Focus! Focus!
Whee! And we're back.
I'm in a talent. Ah. Ow. Ah.
Drive-by!
I can't get up fast enough.
Woo! That's my girl! Yeah, traitors! Stay focused!
This is awesome. I love
Yeah,
this.
I really like this level. Ah, crap.
Keep pushing through! Hold on!
Megalith roaring. Roar! Oh shit.
No! Boss fight! Move it!
Hey, dragon!
Come on, chop it down!
Okay. Yeah!
Oh my god!
Oh!
Jesus!
My dragon is brutal, yo. It just ripped an eyeball out and then threw acid in the socket. Like the fuck?
That is messed up. How are you still flying, my guy?
He's like, it burns!
Final push, Mio! Hell yeah! Hold on tight!
Oh god.
Almost there!
Ah, so close. The timing on that is so tight.
It is.
Let's do this!
Thunderflaps.
Hold on. Release.
Oh. Hold. Release. No. What?
Unless it's just.
No, it's gonna be like together. 1, 2, 3, release. What the fuck?
I mean. Okay. That's really tight timing. One, two, three, release. 1, 2, 3, release.
Okay.
Oh.
That wasn't so bad. There's someone in there.
Just spray a little more acid in its face.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll work. My weapon! Dragon's like, excuse me. Please enter the vicinity of me.
I don't know, I took that as are you getting on? Because I'm gonna bail if you're not.
Damn.
That's some Death Star level explosions. I love it.
And the dragons fly away because you never look at your explosions.
I mean, that's how you're supposed to do it, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
You okay, Mia? We are. This is it. This is where we say goodbye, my scaled friend. Now fly!
Bye, my little dragon.
You know what, Zoe? I really needed this. I didn't realize it myself, but I kind of needed a break from all of my own dark thoughts. Well, that's why I wrote this story. Ella would have loved it. Would have. Yeah. I lost her when we were 12.
I knew it.
What?
Called it.
Yeah.
There was an accident. We were playing and... one minute she was there and the next she wasn't. After that, everything changed. We became hollow. My family, my childhood, me. Just... hollow. But in this story, we made sure you both survived. A chance to grow up together. I just hoped that in time it would get easier. Does it? Nope.
Mm.
Hey. This whole story, this whole adventure, it's such a beautiful way to honor your sister. What do you mean? I mean, you wrote Ella like a complete badass dragon. Hell, that is exactly how I wish I would be remembered one day. I just wanted to write her a different ending. Oh, you did something way more epic than that. Look at all of this. amazing. We can stay a bit more if you want.
No. I'm okay. Let's continue.
Then let's get to it.
Mio? Thanks.
You'd better sit down, Raider.
Oh shit.
Raider, sit.
Damn, treating him like a dog.
You've lost control.
And we need you to step aside.
You have no idea what you're doing.
The subjects are still inside the machine.
You can't do this!
Take caution with your tone.
This is my machine! I've spent 20 years of
What a
my
whiny
life
brat.
building it, and no one is going to take it away from me.
But the board
Nobody.
members are also typical board members. Like,
How can you all be so short-sighted? We're this close to completing my machine. When we go live, we'll dominate the entire market.
We've already dispatched the team to take over.
No!
They're on their way as we speak.
You three can go to hell! Ah! 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 Ah!
I'm gonna pause and ad's about to play. So it just makes more sense to pause and let it play out.
Okay.
Also stretch! Stretch! All just stretches. Okay. So according to my list, we have 3 sections left. 3 hours. Give or take, obviously. Oh, yeah, that wouldn't matter. Okay. What's that? What kid is that? I still need to build the lady pla. I keep staring at it and I'm like, I need to illegal. What makes it illegal? Oh shit. I mean, that could definitely make it illegal then. Dun, 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 dun. I keep pushing the wrong thing, chat. This one. And I want... Nope, not that one. I want this and this. Mm. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, like, what did they think was going to happen by making an illegal printer for? Hey, we're back! Yay! Okay. Welcome back, chat. That was a quick break. Hopefully I pushed the right button. Resume.
Whoa. Okay, I think we're breaking out pretty damn soon.
Hopefully.
They found another glitch, sir.
The machine won't be able to take another hit.
I am not losing this fight. There must be something, anything we can do.
No, it's too risky.
Speak up!
If we accelerate the machine to full power, we could potentially push them into their subconscious, sir.
That is too dangerous. We can't guarantee their safety.
Maybe not, but it would set them off track, though.
Unbiased time to restore the machine. Yes. Yes, that's it. Set it up.
But sir, we don't know if their minds can handle the procedure.
I don't care! Set it up!
Right away, sir.
She's like, I'm gonna go to jail for a job that pays me not enough money.
I was gonna say, I don't get paid enough for this.
Good luck finding the glitch in the maze of your own subconscious.
Are we going into the subconscious?
Come on, let's go!
Ooh, unwritten stories.
Good, don't do mine. My unwritten ones are weird. Really weird.
So we're gonna be balls.
You know, still not as weird as mine.
Oh, my head is pounding. Yeah. Feels like a mean jet lag. And who are these guys? Beats me. So now we're stuck in the subconscious.
By the looks of it, my subconscious.
Can I assume you don't have the faintest idea of where we are or what we might encounter?
From here on out, your guess is as good as mine.
Do they want us to follow them?
Seems like it.
Then
I mean, our
into the
suits are
maze we
pretty
go.
cool. I like that.
I wonder what this ship is. At least those two ball drones seemed friendly.
No.
Maybe they know something. Yeah.
No, you can't
We
interact
need
with
to
that.
find a way out of here. Because if we don't, our brains will fry. No pressure.
Oh. Oh. Oh, okay.
Whoa! What is this ship even transporting?
Ow.
Cargo? People? It doesn't scream vacation in the Caribbean, that's for sure.
You know, if any of my ideas registered as like Caribbean vacation, I would be worried, I think. How the fuck? Oh god. Oh shit. Wait, where did you go?
You jump around the outside as it's moving.
Okay.
No, around the outside. You don't want it, like, around the right side.
That's what I started doing the last time, and I didn't make it.
Don't forget you can hit X to dash in the air.
Okay, I got it.
Look, there's people inside. It doesn't look like they're on vacation. About the Caribbean theory.
Oh god. Oh, I made it.
And now tasers? Something for sure wants to keep us out. Keep us out or keep something in.
Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Oh god. Okay.
Stay there. Stay there. Go down. Thank you. Ow.
I have to stay on it, and I slid. There you go. Ah, no!
All your platforming skills to the test, dear.
Wait, no, no! There we go. Made it.
Dick. Okay. Oh, this one requires us both.
Oh god! Oh god! I was very scared that you were gonna leave it to
Make
die.
anything out of it? No.
I tried to catch up.
But if we were welcome here, we would have felt it.
Yeah. Something's off.
What? My subconscious is just as awful as my other stuff? Shocker, chat. We keep you safe. Oh, I don't trust that. That's sketchy.
This place is giving me some serious prison vibes. Yeah. I'm not vibing with the hospitality here either.
This is what happens when you treat yourself like shit, folks.
Kind of makes sense. Nothing makes sense.
This is where we write out our
A
traumas.
prison could be a fitting representation of the subconscious. You know, with hidden layers and suppressed themes, that stuff. I hope you're not onto something, because I have no idea what I might have locked in over the years. On that note, how are we going to unlock that? Is anybody out there?
Oh god.
Whoa. What? Who is that? I'm a prisoner. Please, help me. Okay, but how? Hey, these guys again. Wait a minute. They're remote controlled. Oh, brilliant. I don't have much time. Unlock the gate. Find me.
Well, into the tube, balls.
Whee! Oh. Oh, okay.
Okay, so who do you think this mysterious prisoner
Okay, so I could dodge.
No idea. But it sounded like she's in a tight spot. Just like us. Let's
Right
see
trigger
if we
and
can
right trigger does some sort of
really not a fan of mysteries.
aura.
Look at me.
Is that your right trigger?
Yeah. I swarm
Interesting.
with my right trigger. And my left trigger
Oh, I magnetize.
Hey, my drone can disassemble itself.
I mean, I guess I'll allow this for spiders. If I'm the spider. I can turn into a parachute for myself. That's really cool. I'm okay with that. That's adorable.
Looks like we're infiltrating the ship.
Oh.
Yeah.
I rolled off the wrong thing. Whee, a little parachute! Heck. Oh, just get you on my side?
Isn't this wild, though? What do you mean? Exploring the unknown subconscious. Don't you feel like a true adventurer? Nothing ever breaks your spirit, does it?
Hey. No! No!
Alright.
How do I don't have the jump! I don't have the jumps!
Hold on. Alright. Hold on. I think I'm supposed to get it down. You're supposed to climb it on an angle.
Yeah, I can do that. But then I can't. There we go. Oh god. Okay, we're good. Yeah, like that. Exactly like that. Just fall to your doom after you magnetize me. Whoop. Ah! There we go. Whee!
Okay, down the rabbit hole we go.
Hell yeah. Can I get enough momentum to go around?
Something's brewing in here, and I don't know what it is. Thinking about who that prisoner might be. Not just that.
Yeah, did a circle.
This entire ship. What's the point of it all? I'm sure we'll get some answers soon.
Oh god. I was pushing the button. I pushed the wrong button. Whee!
That's ominous.
What, you guys are watching anime?
You will never be free unless you free yourself.
Oh, that sounds sexy. Skitter, skitter, skitter.
The only prison is your mind.
I mean, that's valid. No?
Check it out, Zoe. We've got company.
Here we
If
go.
I've heard anything from your stories, it's that mechs aren't usually the friendly type. Yeah, let's not get caught.
Oh god. No! My little ball likes to roll off. I'm just a little ball. No, I'm not. Now I'm little buggies. I'm getting there. Hold on. Calm your tits.
You know, Zoe, I'm not so sure about freeing this prisoner. But what if freeing her might free us? This sounds like a shit. Yeah, but it's not like we're surrounded by options. Sure, I suppose you're right.
Okay. And we hack. Hack. Hack.
Okay, got this crane.
Okay.
I'm figuring out the controls. I'm sorry.
I think you have to lift it above the. Yeah,
Well,
there
yeah.
you go. Lift, 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 lift!
Aw, you lucky son of a bitch. I wanted your doom.
You see that, Chad? She tried to kill me.
Chat, I have clips of him murdering me. I feel like this is finally payback. Why don't you just fall? That'd be nice. Wait, wrong way. There you go. You did that to yourself. I was.
You were throwing me towards it.
I was trying to line you up to this. You jerk.
Okay.
I didn't do anything, chat. Blaming me for shit. Go. Got it.
This route better lead us back to that locked gate. I'm sure it is. Let's not lose faith.
Fuel the jet engine. Boom.
Test is active. Luggage to ride.
I see it. I just don't know how to get to it.
No, I think you just have to jump in the air. On the jet engine.
Oh.
Fly. Swarm.
I am swarming.
Can you not jump then swarm?
Jump.
There you go.
I just wasn't. Oh god. It just wasn't clicking properly. Okay. Scroll. And we fly. Fly. No! Chad, I got a laser beam.
I think we've got a hook shot.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Like higher. I cannot reach that, dear.
Oh, you have to. Oh, you need like here. Alright, hold on. There you go.
And then I could do that. I'm not sure what this is powering though. Oh, this gets you here. Can you? This is another hack terminal.
I'm a little ball. I think you have to come across and do the thing over here first.
Okay. We'll
because
try that.
There's no way I'm making that across without some air current, and there's no air current. Hold on. Boop. Oh.
Nope, you have to do it super quick so I can climb again. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
you?
I'm a harpoon, chat. Don't side with him, Hyde. He's me. Oh my God, will you asshole?
I didn't realize what it was doing.
Okay. Then I'm a ball. Hey.
Oh no.
Okay.
Alright. Let's see what else my mind's got in store for us.
I mean, so far this isn't terrible. We've done worse.
Oh, this ship's full of surprises.
Wait, it's gotta stay together. No, you don't. Oh God.
My drone's got a
Oh,
boat setting.
I'm a boat.
You're like a multi-tool out here.
I'm a boat. I'm a boat. I'm a boat. I think I have to pick you up. Put your life in my hands. I won't hurt you, I promise.
All aboard. This place. What's messing with my mind? You're right. I don't know. It just feels shattered. I get it.
Okay. Oh God. Yeah. And then I take you to this.
Hey, wait, come back.
I know. I realized. I need a cool boat name, chat. SS, I'm a boat. The SSR waves is awesome. I don't know.
Alright, floodgates open.
Whee!
Hey, look, it's a sluice gate.
Hey, look, it's a dam.
Nope. Wow.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know that that would kill you. I thought it would just kind of stop us, but that's on
Stop
you.
moving.
I'm trying.
Other way.
Dragging these nuts. Oh, I like those names. Yeah, those are good names.
Joe, get other side.
You've docked to die. Got it. Noted. Whee!
What the?
Look, man. I had you. I don't know what you... That's 100% you. That's on me. You also ran. Okay, try now. There you go.
Okay.
Do that.
Turn around so that you're ready to go.
I was ready to go before. Go. Take the thing. Chat, he doesn't trust my driving. I'm so offended.
You were so far away.
I was in a perfect spot.
You were not
I
even
was-
close.
I was
I can't-
great. I'm 5.5.
You gotta let me. You can't. You have bad depth perception.
I have very bad depth perception, which is what I say every time I have an issue with depth perception.
But you gotta just stay back from it so that I bounce off of it and hop off onto the boat.
What?
What? like this game.
Oh shit. Didn't even make it around, chat, and he murdered himself. There you go.
No, you. Hold on, I'll jump back. There, I can jump back. I jumped early. That way there's no confusion.
But you made it. I'm a boat. I'm a boat. Hey. I'm waiting for you. Oh, look, I saw the ramp on your screen. There it is. Whee! I didn't jump, chat. I didn't become a parachute. I just became a spider. There we go. Oh god. Oh god! I didn't make it! I didn't make it!
Oh, do I have to like jump trail these?
I don't think so. What the fuck?
Hold on.
You have to stay on there so I have power. There we go. Fuck! Why am I not catching the wind? Catch the wind!
Got it.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. Oh, your life is in my hands.
Rotate back. No, another way.
I feel vindicated, chat. Alright, let's go. Roll this way. Then
Another
we
way.
roll this way.
Oh god, it lights on fire.
I was like, I didn't do that.
No, you didn't do that.
I'm just rolling. And then I'll wait. Oh god, go back. Alright, jump back on me.
No, I can't. You didn't have me aligned.
Oh. Okay.
You'll see the beam. There you go. There you go. You got it. You got it.
Now, don't sneeze.
What about snails? Progress with direction, not speed.
Can you rotate this?
Oh,
Yeah,
you can. Okay.
Alright. Another way. You're good. You're good. Alright, stop.
There, you have a clean entrance. Back. There you go.
Yahoo! Well done.
I know, I'm a master. I get it. Nope. I'm a boat. Your chariot awaits. You cannot blame me for that one. I'm parked.
You're too far away from the water for me to jump.
Sure. Blame the boat.
I do. Alright, boat.
Chad has named it the SSR Dragon D's.
Oh, terrible.
Wait, are we back outside of the ship again? Yeah, is this really the way to the locked gate? Pray it is. I've been praying for a while.
Okay.
Alright, I'm probably gonna get killed. Yeah, kill that security camera.
Now, go. gods, Neo.
Get unhand.
Slide the gun.
Oh, there we go. I was like, I can't leave. Chat, I'm really good at headshots. Just saying.
There's a lot of prisoners down here, all trapped and unconscious. What's wrong with these enemies? Maybe we should read up on some Carl Jung.
God.
Never mind.
Oh, I have to go on this way. Where are you? You're over here. Blast that one.
I can't go anywhere. I think you have to do something with the yellow thing.
There you go.
And I'll get shot. Yo.
Alright, well, we figured it out. Hold on.
That's fine. It's just a timing thing. You'll get it.
Yeah. Alright, you're good?
Yep.
There you go.
Bingo.
I'm trying to keep up with you, but I don't exactly know where you go.
This one.
I don't see that one. Oh. I don't.
Oh, there was a fan there. That's why you have to go to the end of the fan and shoot through it.
Okay.
Well, now there's yeah. Shoot it through the fan. There we go. We got it. All right. What the hell?
It's a little mini game. I'm just not good at it. I mean,
know you weren't good at the other shooting one. Are you trying to shoot me, you bitch?
You insult my shooting? That means you die.
Wow. Alright.
Oh, there's that one up there. Hold on. Okay.
Nope, that's not it.
Oh, there's cameras. Okay, hold on. Shoot you, shoot you, shoot you, and then shoot you. And then shoot this one, shoot that one.
Nope.
Where did it put you back at?
Right at the beginning of that run.
Okay. Shoot the first one. Shoot the first one again. Damn it. Alright.
Wait until it comes down at me. Now shoot it.
Go.
Shoot the next one. We're good. We're clear.
Okay. That's me. No, that's you. And then boop.
Nope, that was the send it back.
Okay.
Rotate it. There you go.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it rotate the first time.
Alright, then we got this guy hiding, trying to stop me.
What guy?
To your right.
Oh. Did I get it?
Nope.
No? Oh.
Alright, then we got all these things. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's gonna.
Yeah, I'm trying to
That's
figure out
gonna
what.
essentially. You gotta go 1, 2, 3, just right across. Just do them. Good.
Alright, you're across. I see you. Scroll down. Alright, and then there's that dude.
And then 1, 2, 3. Then shoot the thing. Oh. Yep. Now shoot the robot. Shoot the robot. Thank you. Good
You're
job.
across? Okay.
Yep.
But a straightforward prison break feels rather refreshing, though. How so?
Good job. Good
Not
job.
having to save the world again.
Oh, now you gotta shoot the top thing again to bring it back so I can hop on top.
I don't know how this will
Hop on pop?
but it is a bit refreshing.
Yeah!
Right.
Kai gets it! Nope.
She's doing a good job.
I'm really good at headshots! Have you guys not seen my Mass Effect? My achievement's like got 60 already. I've been playing for 4 fucking hours. I'm a ball, chat. Oh god.
Where did you go? I'm not sure. Look around. You guys found something to work with.
Oh no.
Terrible, Kai. We're playing pinball? Oh, fuck yeah. Whee! Aww.
I think I know what this is. Yeah? The last couple of years, I've been playing a lot of pinball. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Yep. Let's hit the jackpot.
Guys, I just want you to know I've been practicing because someone, I did walk into it, because someone posted how you can play Space Cadet pinball. And I've been playing that at work. No, totally not at work.
Ready?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't like this chat. She.
Sorry.
I feel like the game wanted me to do that. You need to say. What? You did that yourself. What were you doing? Bruh!
You knocked me into it.
I can't hit you if you go down the center.
I have no choice. If you hit me there, I lose all. You hate me so much.
I feel like this is payback for the woods. When
See,
you
I think that's what you actually have to do. No, see that cart right there that's at the top. Wait for it.
Whoop. No, it's
Maybe not.
you don't go
All right.
high enough.
No, see, I get cancel. I can't control anything if I hit the green thingy. All right. You gotta angle me. I can catch myself a little bit.
Okay, hold on. Ready? I'm gonna let you through, and then I'm going. Okay, now go. Go. We lost our momentum, but we had it. That's what you have to do. Like, it's just one follow-through motion. Not like
well,
that.
you also
though.
have to get me on the very tip of your
Hi, Red.
thing. Yeah.
Welcome in. Whee! We lose all momentum.
You have more than enough momentum. Just you gotta hit me on the tip.
I do hit you on it. Then you're like, you're hitting me on the ship. Go. See, if I do it that way, you don't, like, I need you.
You have to do it as it's coming in or as it's leaving. It can't be there.
Wrong side, sorry.
You'll get it.
Wait. I said
Too
wait.
soon.
I said wait.
I'm waiting for it. I'm paying attention to it, not you.
Yeah, this
There you
section
go.
must be some kind of
Well,
lock
that was not how we
mechanism. We're
intended
inside
that,
locked
but
gate. I think my subconscious twisted my pinball memory into a
what's
lock.
that one do?
That
What's
makes
that?
about as much sense as
All right.
anything else.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Plunger.
Go.
Open them both.
Yep.
Almost. Plunger.
Nope.
There's a machine at a burger joint close to the hospital. I tend to play it when I eat there. Sounds like a healthy distraction. Yeah. But the
Oh, that's a
food
wall.
they serve
Okay.
isn't. It's fascinating how the subconscious works. And as confusing as an incoherent dream.
Wing.
We got it.
Yep. Boing. 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 What happened, Kai? What's up?
Now you have to pull it to just the right height so
I
that I can.
figured. I'm trying to figure out what the right height is, though. Because that's too much.
That's probably it. Nope. Too much. Too much.
Not enough. Okay.
Good enough.
I am
Nice.
amazing. You're good.
Nice bounce.
Whee!
So,
Does everyone
that's
handles?
the
I mean, that's
Oh,
valid.
yeah. Nowadays, I only compete against myself. Oh, that sounds like
Mallow
life.
has been in a cuddle
What's the
mood
biggest
all
enemy?
weekend.
It's usually yourself. Sure.
There's no catch on that one. You
I
have
see
to,
that. Okay.
Are you pulled back?
Yeah.
Alright, I think I have to somehow get on that tray, but I don't know what the distance is.
Listen, I'm freaking going. I mean, that's valid, Kai. I would do the same.
Yep, there we go. Oh no.
Whoa! Whoa! What is that thing? I think we got detected.
I don't.
So you have to shoot me fast out of exits.
Okay. Weird. I don't know how I feel about this, but okay.
Get out of there, Zoe.
Nice, nice.
Guys, I'm
Let
really
me
good
out.
at I'm good at pinball. I just want to be clear about this.
Shoot. Shooting E into the center.
That ass bump, Zoe.
There we go.
Nice. Shoot me out.
I'm trying. There we go.
Go, go, come on!
One or the other. One or the other. Come on. There we go.
There we go.
Nope, it's one of the outside ones.
There we go.
There you go.
Try that one.
Yep.
Chat, I'm kind of happier it's him, not me.
Come on, go!
Right. Oh, you missed.
I
Damn.
didn't see you. I saw you fall, but then I saw the
Because
paddles
they-
after I hit them. Alright. You go up and you do this.
Okay, then there's gonna be paddles.
Yeah.
Let's go, go!
Eh, eh, eh. Eh, 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 eh. Eh, eh. Eh, eh. Eh. Oh, Mr. Ball.
Hit me.
Eh. Eh.
Or not.
Eh, 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 eh. Eh.
Keep tilting it! Yeah!
Ow. Nope.
Painted pinball!
Okay. Let's see where it's gonna shoot. Yeah. Nope, you got it. There you go. Nope.
Oh.
You gotta open your right. Nope.
Oh yeah, I see.
It's alright. This is confusing as heck. Ah! Oh, you can probably shoot me now, right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Alright.
That was confusing because it didn't tell me like what I needed to. Right, you go that way. You go up here, then I fling you, and then I do that, and then I fling you that way. And then I fling you that way, and then I come back. Go, roll. Hey. And go.
Pull down. Pull down.
I got you.
Nice teamwork.
Oh, another one of these. Okay. Ah, damn.
Shoot me.
Hey, the pinball!
Yay! That wasn't so bad.
Yeah. Once you know what you have to do, it's not so bad. But
It got to the point
trying
where
to figure it out on the fly. There's so much explosions going on.
the worst part was it was becoming so mind-numbing for me that I was having trouble remembering which trigger was red and which one was green. So like at times I need to take a second and be like, okay, this is the color that I need.
Watch out! Hide!
Hi.
What? Hide?
It's gonna be a fairy chat.
It's the T-1000. He came to say hi.
We're no prisoners. We can explain.
He
And
did
he's
say
dead.
hide.
Well, we're dead. Bye, chat. Thanks for visiting.
Oh, we just unconscious into subconscious. Yeah, that was new. Oh man, is that an arena? Yeah, that's some crowd.
Oh god, not this again. No! Side story flashbacks!
Whoa! This looks like some serious gladiator shit. I think we're the main event. Then let's give them what they want.
No!
Goddamn! What now, Neo? I don't know. Just stay alive.
I don't want to jinx it, but so far so good?
What?
Whoa!
Dead?
Whoa! Whoa! Chat, stop dying before me for once. Oh, you can jump on the yellow.
Yep.
That's how you avoid the fire. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. The blades vanish after a second. Thank you for that, Cody! And thank you for the posture check. What is this? Oh god. My little ball came back. Nothing like a hug.
It's time! Bring out your mean face, Zoe! Yeah! Recycle his ass! Lighter.
Hell yeah!
Oh my
Armageddon.
God.
Terrible. Oh god, ow.
No! Oh, no, no!
I'm gonna die again. Okay. I'm okay. Nope.
Why? I knew! Hitting yourself! Oh, that was sick, Zoe! You're up!
Come on.
Romeo!
Heck. And we
Punch this
go
boy.
back and we go punch in the face. Stop punching yourself. Stop punching yourself.
Oh,
Stop punching yourself.
wild!
No, don't leave me. Oh, I don't like this. Nope. 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 Nope.
No, no.
Oh god, that sucks.
I missed my jump.
How do you miss the jump? It's a little baby jump.
Okay.
Ow. Stop it. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Okay. Whoa! I didn't see him. Where's his eyeballs? There's his eyeballs. Ah!
He's about to lose it!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. His head's spinning 360. Get a priest. Ah! Ow. Oh god. Ah.
Unfire that sucker, Neo!
Bye. Oh, get him. Get him. Get him.
Cool one-liner!
Woo!
Nice. Wee!
But I miss being the ball.
Do it one piece, Zoe! Whoa! Whoa! I am!
Oh god. Okay.
So I'm a vacuum cleaner. This shit is weird.
I'm a
You
Roomba.
hear me, Neo? Yeah, but where you at?
I'm a little Roomba.
not sure.
Look at me. Do 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 do. Oh. My little vacuum cleaner. Oh, I think I need you. Can you get
Oh,
this?
I see. Hold on.
Thank you. Oh god. Alright, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, and jump. Here you go, there's your door.
There we go.
Boop, 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 boop.
Could this be some sort of a memory dump?
No idea, but it's a dump for sure.
Ugh. I missed. Hold on. Okay. Whee! You can do the thing, Neil. Come on, dude. No! There we go. Look, now I get to be a Mr. Mopper. Hello.
And I'm sure there's a route to all of the violent chaos. Let's call it disharmony.
Oh. Rude. Whee! Oh.
Oh God, help.
I don't know how to help.
I think you have to come get me, and
Oh.
you have to go catch me on the other side where I bounced to.
I don't. What other side?
Look what on my screen.
Oh, go around that way. Okay.
What are you pondering?
The guard that part of my subconscious as well.
Okay.
Proof they
Really?
are. Then why do they
Rude.
treat us like enemies? Yeah. Yeah, that's a valid question. All right, we're in. What now? Let's see. Heading to drop-off point.
Okay. Not so bad.
Hold on just a moment.
That's
When
fine.
this comes back, pause.
That's fine. I'm gonna take a run to the restroom. Ugh. Boop. Okay.
Okay.
BRB. Chat, BRB! I'm gonna let an ad play because the ad's gonna start anyway. It's already been sneezed, so I'm gonna go let the ad play out. Go stretch, go get water, go do good things. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hang tight. Boop. Welcome back, chat. We're waiting for Doc. Doc is taking care of something super quickly, and then when he is done, he will be back and will continue playing. Okay? Okay. How are we today, though, chat? How are things going? How do things be? Chat, I'm trying to fix my redeems because they're broken. How can I do this without, like... Like, I don't want text, you know? I'm like, I don't want any text. I'm just like, no. Don't do... There we go. There's that one. And then... And then... That. And then... This. This. Boop. And then... That. And... Do this. Hi, Sevi! Have you TPK'd yet? That's the important thing, Einar. Have you TP? Almost? Valid. Then your GM is doing the game correctly. Chat, I just want you to know, if you play any TTRPG, if your GM, DM, whatever you want to call them, has not tried to TPK you, they are a bad GM. And then the same... Oh, God. My condolences. See, this is also, Einar, why I do not do digital dice. Because I blame the digital dice. And if my digital dice roll shitty, I can't switch out for new dice the way I could, like, with real dice rolls. So. It almost went down. Jesus. Well, I guess the game is being played correctly then. Is this the Pathfinder game? Or was that last night? Dice legit hate you? I mean, my dice legit hate me. See, Kai, they only hate me on the rolls that matter. If the roll is useless, if the rolls are for nothing serious, I roll super high. If I need to do something serious, or I need to, like, make a persuasion check, or something that's truly significant with the other person, it's like, nah. Walked into an ant having a bath. I mean, the poor ant just wants some privacy. Yeah, I'd murder you too. So disrespectful. Chat, on Friday, you guys watched as I rolled really shitty for trying to save Yenna. Really shitty. I scum saved and, like, re-rolled up to a quarter to 12. Trying to roll, I needed a natural 20 because anything lower, like a 19, I wasn't rolling high enough with my D4 to get it. I needed 25 and I kept getting like 24 as my highest, and it was killing me. So I needed a natural 20 to a guaranteed success. And I'm like, Pathfinder, okay. You guys play a lot of stuff on that channel. Like, a lot of stuff on that channel. So I know you have Rift's Pathfinder, another Pathfinder, then you have an Exandria game. So I have trouble keeping track of what's what. Was the Exandria game the one you played Friday? Like a full hour? Yeah, pretty much. And like but that, Kai, is why I absolutely detest, like, digital dice, because I feel like it's set, like, we want you to roll this. You are going to roll this. Like, there's no getting out of it. You're going to roll this. That's a D&D. Okay. I thought so because Exandria is usually set up as D&D. So I solved that problem, Kai. I removed every other save except for the one that we're playing. Because my honor run mode has like an hour into it. I'm not worried about that. I'll get that back whenever. I haven't played the Karlach run in forever, and I didn't play the other save that's on there forever. I forget what the other save is. So I was like, I can get all that shit back. It doesn't take that long. So I figure...
I am back.
Oh, I get it. Welcome back. Like, I'm not... It's good to know. It's a pain in the ass, though. But... Anyway. Resume.
Oh, wait. The kitty has demanded the door.
Oh, God. Everybody panic. Hi, Mallow. Good morning. Meow. Meow. It's too early for dinner. It's only 4:30. Do you want uppies? She wants uppies, chat. Hold on. We must make the space for the uppies. She wants the uppies. She was on my lap. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Hello. No. You want to snuggle into my chair? Come here, baby. Stop trying to choke yourself. Jesus Christ, cat. No cord. Come here. Go on the lappy. Meow. Go on the chair? Come on the chair. There she is. Does Mallow want my chair? Does Mallow want to sit with me? Does Mallow want to sit with me? No. Mallow doesn't want to sit with me. Chat, look at this cat. Hold on. Boop. Boop. Meow. Look at this cat. She's very catterific. You guys look at my pants. She's right there.
There she is.
She's on kitty cam. And she purring. Oh, we're getting purrs. Stop making Mallow BDSM. She is a good girl.
What?
I don't know. They said BDSM cat. Were you airplaning? What the fuck was that? That's adorable. Look at that. I don't know if you can see that, chat, but she's got her legs dangling. She said choking. Yeah. Oh, that way. I want Banhammer Kai. You want my chair, baby? No, you want your chair? I don't want to push the play button and then you have a chair. You know what I'm saying? Are you comfy on your chair? She getting rubbish, chat. Yeah, bonk yourself. Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna go over here then. You want to come closer? Hold on. Now I went for a little ride. Just a little ride. Go. Don't try to attack me. You're on camera. Everyone's gonna watch you. Alright. Let's do it. Let's not do it because the game's not clicked on.
Wait. Oh no. Does this truck think we're rubbish too? Ah!
Oh no, it's the trash compactor from Star Wars.
Where's the couch?
gotta go faster.
Yeah, well, I figured it out now. Why can't I connect? Here we go.
Neo, we're about to get crushed.
Back off, you silly ceiling.
Oh god, I probably shouldn't have jumped. Ah, I jumped too soon! Bello wants back inside, by the way.
Mind me.
Oh, I can see your tail. How'd they be?
She's like, I got my pets. I'm satisfied. Get me the fuck out of here. Mom put this camera on me, and now I can't lick myself. Alright.
Alright.
Okay. Okay.
Hurry, prisoners!
Okay. No! No!
Let's go!
Okay, that's good. And then that's good. And then release! I did it, chat! First try, no notes.
Very nice.
Now I climb the stripper pole. Boop. 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 Oh, that wasn't supposed to. Thank you for dad petties. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why'd I do that? There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. Now I broke all my alerts, chat. I don't understand it. I'm so confused. Wait, what? Do I take the bus back? No, why would I take the bus back?
You do.
You do?
You gotta do it by the ceiling. You gotta wall jump over to the ceiling of the bus.
Okay.
Wall jump to the ceiling. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you missed it.
I see that. Thank you.
Hi. I got cat aggro.
Cat aggro! Your cat aggro is not as bad as my cat aggro. Because she doesn't cat aggro your desk. What? 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 Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I made it. We're good. I'm okay.
I sense trouble, Zoe.
You now sense trouble? What about the other stuff? Catgro, exactly. Okay.
This can't be good. I think I got an idea. Good, because I ain't got one.
Oh shit.
Off with you.
Oh, okay. So you have to go after those dudes because you've got the magnet and I got to the other dudes. kill some things up here. Or open the door, that works too. Okay.
Second floor in the back. Great, let's get the last one. Hey, destroy the core!
Done!
Sayonara, cores!
No.
Glad we got these power suits.
Yeah, the power suits are kind of awesome.
Oh, up here maybe? Yeah, this way. Whee. Come on, girl, keep sprinting.
Whoa! Brilliant!
I don't know what I'm doing.
I think you just jump out of the thing that you attached
jump
to
acro-
on the other side. Yeah.
Like, I'm on a string. Whee! Oh, there's a magnet over here for you.
Whoa!
Okay.
Thank you for your service.
I'm coming, hold on.
Let me have a crack at this panel.
Are you the one moving these cell blocks?
Like cargo containers at the harbor.
Alright, can you open this one up a bit right here? Yeah. Keep. Yeah,
That's
bring it back
as far
a bit.
as it goes.
No, bring it back a bit. Stop.
So they're all connected.
Yep. Alright, now go.
So it's all just playing with layers.
Yep. Alright, stop there, stop.
I see.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't do that. That's automatic.
Okay.
Okay, that might be enough for you to get across all the way. Or not, never mind. There you go.
Got it.
All right, let's get you over here.
I was like, wait.
Oh,
Meow.
that one.
What, baby girl? Why you meowing? Meow. 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 Stop trying to eat my cords. Hey, come on. You want my desk? Come on to my desk. Come on. Come on, Mallow. Come on. Stop trying to eat my headphone cord. Come on. I am going to scoop you in a minute. Don't rip my pants. These are brand new pants and they're very expensive. There's my pants, chat, but they're very expensive. I'm gonna scoop you. You're gonna get scooped. No. Well, then come on my desk. No, she says fuck off. Okay, chat. She says fuck off. Alright, what am I? Oh. Wait, what am I doing?
I just released that thingy, so you should be able to jump into it.
Oh, that thingy.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that was already there.
No, I just released it.
Okay.
I think you have to hack this so I can get across.
Yeah, which is fine.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I see.
Alright, now go. Alright, down I go.
Thank you for riding the Mio rail. Please tip your servers. I run weird down these steps. Have you ever noticed how you run down these steps?
God. Oh god.
Well, have fun with that one.
Oh, I see. It's got my things on it. Ready to follow me?
Yep. Hit it. Nope. I clearly do not take this path.
You should, I think.
I was behind you and I got crushed.
Hold on. Alright. I think I have to... It's a timing thing. Okay, I think I can just hold it.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, I can just hold it on those.
Maximum security. Something tells me that's where we need to break in.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a taser bot. What now?
Give it a spin.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Can you spin?
Oh!
Chad!
I thought you had to go the other direction. Hold on.
He just threw me off like a
Right,
jerk.
So you tell me. That's not productive.
Yes, it is.
Okay, point where you want to go, because that's where you're gonna get thrown by the blast.
Throw me over there, I guess.
That's what I tried, and you didn't make it. That's what I'm saying. I think we have to go back across.
Alright, then I guess throw me over here.
No, I need the stand to come back. Okay, cool.
A little taser bot.
Stand me. Awesome.
Throw me!
Wait, hold on. Yes, maybe. Stick it out. Alright, now rotate to the side. Keep going. Yeah. And now rotate back. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this real quick. Alright.
Oh, wrong way.
Bring it around dead center. Cause that way I can just run and instantly push you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Now do it the other way. Yeah. Alright, rotate me. Ha 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 ha.
You saw a different version of this part? I'm sure there's multiple ways to get through. But our way's cooler. I'm a taser.
I think that's it. Same deal. No. Like
Oh.
same deal. Like
I don't know where I need to take you on this one.
alright, so just start rotating. Good. Stop. Rotate back. Awesome.
Guys, I'm just a little robot. I'm just a little robot. Ooh,
There you go.
Whee!
Bingo.
All right, let's keep it up.
Whoa. Where do we go from here?
Not cool.
I'm gonna say where that is. Tase and confuse, adding insult to injury. I approve.
And no, I can't do anything with that. Okay, thanks.
Useless to me then. Hold on, let's see. Do I have
I
any?
think it might be. I think it might be this. Somehow I gotta get to that.
Okay.
Can you go up or down or no?
No, I can only go the left and right.
Huh.
I mean, to be fair, I'm a taser gun. That's not a whole lot.
I wish it was a little more obvious where you had to go.
I feel like it's across right there where that magnet thing is, but you're gonna have to use the block to do it.
Well, that's how I got over here. This is where I was to get over here. See? Because that's how I got to this. And then your respawn point is right here, so it has to be something
It's
related.
gotta be this thing here. I just don't know how to use it. Because it's just kind of hovering. So that makes me think that it needs... Oh, hold on. No.
Oh.
Farewell,
Ah, there we go. I did it.
Getting close now, Zoe.
Oh.
Oh, well, that doesn't work.
I gotta hack this.
What do you sense?
Something hidden. Something dark.
Yeah, baby.
Let's reveal it then.
Are you where you need to be?
Yes.
Hey, can you do whatever you need to do for the... I need to...
Flush. Oh, no, 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 no.
I think you need to be on here.
But I can't get on there.
Oh, hold on.
It's too low. Yeah, there you go.
But I can't move it, so there you go.
Alright.
I'm not sure about this, Zoe. I know.
Look, I'm in jail.
Are you okay, Mio? I have this uneasy feeling crawling down my spine. We're pushing deeper into my subconscious to rescue a prisoner we don't even know.
Mio.
It's myself. It's 100% myself.
Of course it is.
Who are you?
I don't remember anymore.
Why? What happened?
I believe I'm not your parent.
Who imprisoned you?
You did.
Yeah, I think you did.
I lock you in.
To protect me.
Protect you from what?
Yourself.
The world. This is her innocence.
Who is this prisoner?
Either that or it's her violence. One or the other.
I could just also seeing like I don't know how to explain it, but
Whoever this prisoner might be.
I could definitely see it being like a part of her.
For better or for worse.
It could also just be like her dreams.
Right.
I've locked away my
There was
dreams.
any doubt of where
The
this
visuals are so beautiful.
Oh fuck, I fell because I didn't.
That's the spot. No hesitations there.
You could just run a little faster, that would be appreciated. Oh god. Hey.
They aren't messing around.
Oh god, laser beams. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where am I oh, I'm using this. Hold on. Bloop. I'm a smart cookie. Oh god.
Tread carefully.
Okay. Oh, did you jump down? You had to.
Ah.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No!
Ah, so close. Wait, did that count? I guess it counted. All right, awesome. I'll
Made
take it.
Hey, does it matter which way I go?
No, I don't think so. Just gotta get across.
Years of jump rope, chat. Like that. Oh.
Close up cell 48.
Hey.
Look, I got another achievement. No way out. You're locked up. I don't know.
Is that it?
It told me to push the buttons. I pushed the button. I didn't know it needed to.
What if you come in here?
I can't. I can't lock it from in here. Oh.
Can you not sit?
Hey, Mio. What's your plan after this? I don't know. Haven't really thought about it.
You haven't thought about it. That must be a first for you.
There's a difference between overthinking and being smart, Zoe. Can't argue
Can you
with
lock
that.
me in? I pushed the console. Oh yeah, you can.
Cell 49.
Let me out! I didn't do it! I was framed! Oh god. I think you need to get involved. It looks green, like magnetic. Man, I'm supposed to hack that up there, but how do I get over there?
Can you just jump at it?
There's nothing for me to grab onto, so like...
No, right there, yeah.
I'm not used to the distance being so wide for some of these.
Alright, what do you got?
I don't know. Oh.
Oh, yeah, put it in, baby.
Pull it out. Pull it in. Pull it out. Well, Chad, this is my life now. Okay.
And put it out, disco lady. Ow. Why didn't that go off? Alright, bring it back.
Oh, we're not phrasing. It literally said pull out, Kai. So I pulled it out, see? I put it back in.
Stop. Alright. Wait, why does that not repulse? I don't understand. Alright, go ahead.
Look, Chad, if they didn't want to make it dirty, they wouldn't have made it dirty.
Alright, rotate. Just enough that I could get out into this spot. Stop.
Yeah, roll out that red carpet. Never mind, I can't reach that carpet.
But you should be able to reach this one.
Yay, carpet!
Imagine being locked up, trapped all by yourself with no one to talk to. I can actually relate
I'm
to
so
that type of
stealing some of these ideas for D&D. Like, the grab suit bridge trick is awesome.
I'm a zipper!
That was wild.
Oh god.
Whoa, whoa!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I lost my.
Oh god.
And jump. And jump. And jump. And that center one's really hard. This one. This one. Jump. And jump.
It's the last one.
I know it's the last one. But it's so hard! I made it! Okay, I made it up. We're good. We're good. Everything's great.
You good? You good? Was there a little panic there, I heard?
I didn't know if I was gonna make it up the wall. I was a little panicky. Fuck. No, you made
Oh god.
me!
It ends. Hold on.
I gotta avoid the
Tell me what-
laser beams. Ah, I hit the laser beams.
Alright, I'll stop. Tell me when you're across. At least they don't have a time limit on how long I can float, so...
I'm across. Oh god. Fuck. I messed it up. Yeah, he's just watching. He's like, yeah, she deserves it. What? Rude. Yeah. I made it. I'm a
You're a
mechanical rat.
Robo-Mousey.
Squeaky, 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 squeaky down the hole. Squeaky, squeaky. I'm on my back. Somebody said help.
Ugh, what a flawed rat design.
I've never seen Ocean's 12, so that makes it even better. Maybe. I think I need. Oh no.
Oh yeah, you need to make the zip go back down. That's what you need. You need to make the ladder for me.
Okay.
Nope, you didn't go all the way down.
I'm all the way down. I can't go any further. So you need to make it work.
Here we go.
Alright, and then I need that machine. Nope.
What the hell is it? Oh,
I
you gotta
show
come back
you-
and get me.
Yeah, I show you
That's
the
a-
grid. It's over here. Look, that's where you have to go.
Yep.
And then I show you the lines. That's actually really cool.
Alright, can we go to the right here to try to avoid the spinny one? Alright.
It's his skill issue. We all know I'm flawless at this game. Oh god, where's the...
That's a complete wall. Okay, so we gotta go around the long way. Wait, don't abandon me.
I'm looking to see what's around. Hold on. Okay.
Well, actually, yeah, go explore the other way. Is that the correct way?
It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, there's a hole for you.
Okay, I just gotta dash through.
It's a timing
It's a
thing, but...
Yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Oh, hold on, kitty.
Meow.
All right, now.
Meow. Mallow, you have an hour till dinner. She's like, I hate it here, chat.
All right.
I'm
Slowly
scouting
lead
ahead.
me.
Lead. Meow. You don't have to go very far. Because that's where you need to go. Can I go through?
Right.
I can. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't trust it.
Okay.
Okie dokie. All the phrasing.
Okay. Wait, come back. Come back.
I was looking at something. The line stopped, but then
No, it's right here. There's a grappling hook. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. So here, I can jump to the grappling hook, but I need to see the timing of the lines that are over there, because they're a line. Ow.
And now we wait, chat. Okay. Sneak it. Oh, I was like, okay. The fact that I get to just avoid everything is pretty sweet.
Wait. Okay. Investigate, see if I can get through there. Yep,
Yeah.
okay, it's alright. So come back at me.
I am. I have one
All right.
speed and it's not fast.
Go a little bit further. There we go, yeah.
If you go this way, you should be fine, yeah. Okay. Maybe you have to get through that.
Yep.
Phew. That's enough labor for a lifetime.
What happened?
I have to. I can't get through.
So you have to jump, you have to position yourself right at the laser. No, you
Yeah.
have to position yourself right at the jump and then just...
Yeah, that's the thing, like...
Hey, too close, back up just a bit. There you go.
Annoying.
Alright.
Whee! I saw more laser beams.
Are you okay, Mio?
Feels like my brain's about to explode. But enough with the mysteries. It's time for some answers.
You know what? I like that about you.
What?
Things tend to be straight to the point with you around.
They are.
Yeah. You keep it real. It's a breath of fresh air.
Thanks. I needed that.
Oh god.
Oh, holy hell!
Oh snap. Oh god! Oh god! Oh no.
Keep moving!
Yeah, we're going besties. Oh my god, go, 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 go. Oh, slow. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Where are you?
I am the laser.
I got the laser cutter.
Dear, you gotta go do the round the edge.
I don't wanna. I wanted to show you with the laser beam.
Oh god.
Bye-bye!
Oh, because they stopped me. Got it. Okay. I can't draw in a straight line.
Not on my watch! Sayonara!
They're fixing stuff.
I see that. Come on, laser cut.
Get this one up here.
Hold on, I want to get this one.
Hold on. Okay, good, good. Fucker. Cut across.
I am. Looks like they pin me. I have to re-grab it. Got it. No, you fucker! Shame this laser doesn't go any faster. There we go.
Got you. Okay.
Oh! Alright, I gotta look
You're
at that.
moving down. Okay, yeah,
Slow
good.
and steady, Mio.
Good. Whoa, whoa,
Slow
whoa.
and steady.
All right. I'm doing the left and right. You're doing down. Go. Clear. Go. All
I believe in
right. Wait.
you.
I am.
Don't fail.
Sorry, I put you too low.
Yep. Because you're gonna have to basically go all at once. Yep. Go. Alright, stop.
I see.
Go ahead. Okay, so this is always going to be clean in the
Yeah.
same spot. You just got to time it.
I didn't time it.
You can do it.
From my angle, that was really confusing to see. I will not deny it. Ah, shit.
Alright. Go. Go.
Just a bit more.
Some of these I can see, some of them I can't.
Almost reached the console.
Release the prisoner. Do it now.
Right? Either you're gonna have to let me go, or you're gonna have to bring me a little bit closer.
You have to move yourself a little bit. I think you still have to, yeah.
Okay.
I was like,
Damn
I can
depth
only
perception.
move. No, I didn't have control of left or right.
No. For me, damn depth perception.
Oh.
I didn't realize. So is it a monster or is it child Mio?
It's a person. It's definitely not. Yeah.
Finally free.
Yep, it's the angry Mio.
I'm an android. Cracking. What boats? Oh, she's massive.
Played your part. Perfectly.
Zoe! Mio!
I didn't expect you to be so ginormous.
We all secretly knew Mio was a muscle mommy.
Yeah.
Help! Zoe!
I am power. I am fear. I am the real Mio.
Stop it!
And I won't break. I will not cave into weakness. I will not hold back, and I will punish the world for what it did to Dad.
Let her go!
Having a friend won't change your doom.
Damn.
Well?
You helped me through countless nights. I needed you once, but not anymore.
Let's go, baby.
Now I think it's time you pissed off. Oh, I like the sound of that.
It will be a
Pinky?
worthy effort, but futile.
Alright. Dark Mio. Oh god. Oh, okay. What? I was out of the way of that. Oh god. I has a ball for you. Oh shit. Okay. Uh-oh.
Only terror.
Here's another ball for you.
Oh, damn it.
Or just murder me. That's cool too, I guess. She's a reaper. Oh god. Okay. Oh shit! No! No! I said no!
Leave her alone.
Let me handle the pain, Mio.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Wow.
Okay, here's your ball.
How dare you drown in my shadow?
Ow!
Break first, your spirit or your spine.
Mio, for the love of everything, please go see a therapist. I beg of you, Mio, please see a therapist.
I don't think I can do this, Zoe. You got this. We got this.
I will protect us from everything and everyone.
What do we do? I don't know. But don't let her escape.
No one will hurt us ever again. I will burn the world for
Oh,
how
God.
it treated Dad.
Ah, okay, you can live,
Don't
guy.
let you anymore. Look, that's the hand again. I got it. I got it. Swing away, Mio.
I'm dead.
You can't say I took too too long. I have to wind up first.
But, well, I'm being shot at. That's the problem. Alright.
Your thing's over here.
Hurry, hurry! You're with me, Zoe! To the very end!
I will rule over the ashes.
Shut up!
Oh shit. Oh shit. At least you got across.
Yup.
And your only future.
Okay.
Ow.
Who, the two of us, or?
Now, Mio! Get her!
Or the two versions of Mio?
Oh, God.
Yay.
Get out of my head! I'll wash away the sorrow.
Wild stuff!
What?
You're not allowed to be in here, Mio.
Oh shit.
Now the tables have turned.
Oh shit.
Oh, God. I don't know what to do here.
I don't either. I can't click anything.
Empathy.
I've got an opening!
I see.
An opening for what? Oh, okay.
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 No! That's my trick.
Oh, this one's
Whatever you
lasers.
think, Zoe, keep at it!
Now you'll be alone forever.
Okay.
You're not good enough.
Where's the next one? Oh. There we go.
I got her! Zoe, I'm in control!
Oh.
Got a plan?
There you go.
Never cross that line again.
Okay.
I'm breaking you safe!
I kept you safe.
Oh god. Now. Shit, I died. No. Oh god. Come on. And no! I was too slow! Son of a bitch!
Only for them sorrow.
Hey, I need to get on this side though. Okay.
You're nothing
Can't
without
ground
me.
me.
Laser beams are awful! Laser beams are awful! Shit.
Oh.
My helping is by not dying while you're dead. That is how I
Yep.
help you.
I mean, it kind of is.
Shit. Is it a another hole? It's gotta be another hole. Son of a bitch. Alright.
I don't need
Crap.
anyone but myself.
I died. Hold on. Okay. Shit. I don't know what side I need to be on. I think this side. No! Fuck these laser beams! Oh, is this
Yeah,
side?
I'm only holding her off.
I know, I gotta get to the other side. There's a lot happening. Okay, I'm on the other side. Alright, there we go. Come on, go!
Dark reign ends here.
Can I not do it from here? Fuck. There we go. Okay.
We're back online, Zoe.
Hey, there's your ball.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't think so.
Damn it. She kept bouncing it back.
Oh, hold on. I think I know why. It's this one. There you go. No?
No, she keeps bouncing it back. You have to give it to me, but you gotta stop, let it turn her around, like face her a different direction or something. You're not even at the same area.
I know, because that's where the ball was. Alright.
Alright, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta turn her around or something. Cause she keeps on, there we go. She keeps like grabbing it.
Yeah, but all I can do is throw it. So at that point, there's nothing else I can do.
Ooh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck, I didn't do it.
I was your only friend.
Woo! That was wild. I think that was the most complicated boss fight we've had so far.
I feel like the other one was the big eye in the
pinball?
sky.
Are you okay?
At the start of the game, that one was complicated because, like, I was
What's going
inside the
on?
ball and doing other stuff, and
This feels good. So, she's finally gone? Yeah.
mm.
Well, good for you. Because that Dark Neo, total party pooper.
Now we get to deal with my internal demons.
Couldn't have done this without you, Zoe. Thank you. Oh.
Mm.
Besties forever.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Take your time.
I mean, we're stuck here anyway till the glitch appears, so hug it out.
Conquering your inner demons. Having a friend. Friend? You mean best friend? Don't push it.
I don't know. After the shit we've both been through together, it's like, yeah, no, we're besties. We both seen a lot of dark shit in our minds.
It's working. The repair protocol is active.
Sir, their vitals are dropping and fast.
Just keep your focus on restoring the machine.
But we're about to render them brain dead.
The only thing that matters is protecting my machine. You got that?
Jesus.
Then you do that alone, sir. I can't be a part of this anymore.
Get the hell out of here, both of you.
But sir...
Get out! You're fired! Go!
The girl's like, fuck, you don't pay me enough anyway. I'm not going to
Initiate
jail
full
for you.
lockdown sequence, all stations.
Right?
No one in, no one out.
What kind of company has like?
But you just fired them, so now they can't leave the building.
The police have been called.
Didn't he destroy
Call
that
me
monitor?
for all I care.
Different office? He's still downstairs, isn't he?
They fry. They fry.
Jesus Christ, dude, this man needs therapy.
Yeah, he does. My thing is like, what's the purpose? You know, like you kill everybody, then you get sued for murdering 2 people. Like, I guess that's just he could just buy
Probably
his way
signed a
out.
waiver. Yeah, signed a waiver. Oh, I like these outfits.
I do like these outfits.
Whoa. What is
Time to
going on
face my inner demons.
Okay.
Yeah, Zoe's stuff is
You
really,
thought you were
really pretty.
subconscious, right? Feels like it, yeah.
Do you make anything out of it?
I wish I did. Kinda gives me the creeps, though.
Look, it's
Yeah.
Kai with glowy arms.
Stories, it's surprisingly ominous.
Oh, hell yeah, I got gold arms. Ah!
Hey,
If you know, you know, and if you don't know, not my problem.
Whatever it might be, we'll face it together. You got this. We
It's
got
gonna
this.
be this one's gonna get dark.
sure. I got this.
They've been prepping you for her being so cutesy this whole time. This
Oh, well,
one is
yeah.
gonna be dark.
And it's gonna be like about her sister and how she wished she could have saved her and all that stuff, yeah.
No idea. But witnessing what we just endured with you,
Endured and conquered.
regardless, feels like I won't be able to hide behind some happily ever after story this time.
And I'll be right by your side if you don't.
Okay.
What is that?
A catfish.
Zoe, your arm. What do I do?
I don't know. It seems friendly.
Wait. I can feel it.
I got a fishy.
Can't be a catfish, it's not yet. Meow. 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 Sound effects done by waves. I don't trust it anymore.
Thank you.
He made a puddle of catfish. Meow. I don't have any cool superpowers, so it's all you.
I see you fancy gold, little one.
Looks like you found a strong pal.
I'm a bird.
Why do you always get the cool ones?
I don't know, a catfish is pretty cool.
Whoa.
Got an owl.
I think I am an owl. I'm a
He
majestic
has that
owl.
helmet.
Oh, hell yeah.
But it looks like you're the flying type again. Left trigger. Yup.
That's fantastic.
That's cool. Okay.
I accept. I must take back my bird.
And then stand over the drop point.
Good job, buddy.
Okay. Oh.
So who or what could our friendly spirits represent?
What does your heart tell you?
Nothing. But they're comforting to have around.
Then maybe that's exactly what we need right now.
Okay. It illuminates.
Wait, I got an idea. I'll let go.
And then we jump up, and then I let go.
Nice.
Look, chat, we can do teamwork. I got no idea. This seems like a you thing.
No. Unless. Yep.
Oh, we just have to jump on them? Oh god! Oh god! I make no promises or guarantees.
Your subconscious feels sacred or something.
Wait, up here. What's up here?
And why is it so eerie?
Unless that's just another way to like.
It might be
if
just
one
another
of
way
you
to get across.
Or if someone like falls off or something.
Obliterates themselves.
No, not me.
It's not me.
Unless. Jump on the chain.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh
Is this
no.
like a gallery?
I already see where this is
Memories
going.
from my childhood. Look at you.
We could kill each other a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just when it's funny.
Aww.
Do you know this place?
Yeah, it's her home.
It was my home. Could this be where our two pals are guiding us? Okay then. I guess now we know where we're heading. Zoe? What? Yeah. Yeah, I heard you. We're going back home. Splendid.
She hasn't been comfortable back home since the incident.
I have a feeling that's the whole reason that she moved from... Because didn't they say that she moved from the countryside to the city or something like that?
I think so, yeah.
Damn. This is really beautiful, Zoe.
So like I could 100% be like, that's why
You wanna
they
talk about
moved.
your house?
It was my old childhood home.
Yep, there we go. Oh
We
god!
moved out a long, long time ago.
Any clues to why we're heading back there?
No, not really.
Can you get us closer? There we go.
I'm looking.
There we go. It took a
Okay.
second. It just wouldn't register that we were close enough for me to do the thingy.
Where do we go from here? Let's see. Up above! No. It was above us.
Oh, okay. I fell through my own thing. That's always great. We always... Wait, come here, you. Come here. Come here. Illuminate. What the fuck is happening?
You didn't jump.
Go, bird. Do bird things. Okay.
Alright, now it's just hold position.
I'm waiting.
Now we're above, and there looks like an exit over here.
There's
Oh my
nothing
god. Yeah, there is.
Oh, shit. Ah!
No!
That sucks.
That's not even intentional death, that's just death.
Okay. Eh.
And you have to keep the left bumper held down too, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, so do I too, so I'm with you.
Alright. One jump. One jump. One jump. Jump again. Cry about this. I hate this. Okay, and we did it.
Wait.
I know, I'm waiting.
Okay, I'm good.
Sneaky, 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 sneaky,
Call
sneaky,
my-
sneaky,
call my
sneaky,
girl
sneaky, sneaky.
back.
Oh, I should have too. Sneaky, 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 sneaky.
Let's continue. Where is everyone? Like, what happened down here? It looks like the city has been abandoned.
Oh, I didn't even
for
see
a
these
while.
stairs. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
I wonder what happened.
But I'm not underwater. Oh god, I'm just dying. I blame Kai. Okay. You went up.
I'm a majestic eel, sky eel fishy.
Still looks like a catfish, which I need explanation as to why.
More of these frescoes.
Whee!
This game is so pretty. I love it so much. Okay. No, can't quite make it. So, what do we have to do?
Let's walk on sunshine, Zoe.
Oh god.
Right.
Yep.
Just trying to lighten the mood. Well, you didn't write puns. I don't.
You
Oh,
screwed
no.
us! Alright, hold on. Give my finger a break. Okay. And we illuminate! No! Do the thing. There you go. Made it across. Oh, we can
Oh,
sit.
there's a bench.
But I can't sit on. There we go.
Hey, Zoe. Chin up. We need to stay hopeful. I know. But it's hard. Tell me about that.
So
You're
pretty.
fine, Kai.
So gloomy.
You know,
Yeah.
you and Ella used to climb. What was his name?
I thought you didn't want to hear about him.
Lord Evergreen, right? Tell me about him, okay?
Well, Lord Evergreen is a stoic oak that is older than the forest and a friend to all creatures
And shapeshifters.
and shapeshifters. Actually, it was Lord Evergreen who granted me and Ella those powers, making us powerful enough to stop the evil Ice King and save the world.
Yeah, I can totally see you guys playing in that tree.
Yeah. Me too.
We're just gonna make her confront her demons.
We need to uncover what's down here.
Oh, yeah.
No choice but to press on deeper.
Alright. Illuminate!
Hold on just a sec.
Blink. 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 That's 3 blinks, chat. Blink. Everybody stretch. We're waiting for Doc to come back. Everybody stretch. Okay.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
I died.
That was on you. I didn't do that one.
Because you paused it at a weird time, and I was in the process of trying to see if I could get this thing to illuminate. There we go.
Oh, so is there one on this side? Or do I do it this way and do it on the bottom? There we go. That's the trick.
That's him using his noodle. Chat, he has a noodle. Okay. And then, oh, good.
And then
I go up here. I go
wait,
here.
no! What you just left me to die.
Well, you should have jumped across. I can't help you.
Except now I'm all the way at the bottom again. You have to come down. Don't let go of the left trigger until it's time.
I climbed out. I have to move. There's another thing I have to illuminate. Illuminate!
I didn't even see where the ladder was for you to jump to.
Open your eyes. Come on, look at that. It's so pretty. Alright, we do this. And then this looks like it's all you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, creepy head.
I release?
Above you?
Oh.
So that's just rotating. And then can you jump onto the chain?
That's what I'm gonna try to do. Hold on. Alright, I guess
And
you
then
go first.
Don't slip off.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Good girl. Damn.
Oh god. Okay. Okay.
Who or what rang that bell?
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Is that like a platform or something? Yep. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's on me.
Okay. I was like, what?
I need the beam
I
now.
I know, hold on. Oh. Come on, do the thing. Do it. Do it. There you go.
Like a laser.
I think I was just too close.
Probably. Okay, remembered. And then line that up.
Okay, so that's interesting. Oh, because it
You have to
probably
climb
wants...
it and go up there. If you look up, see?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't go high enough.
Oh god.
I said I didn't go high enough.
Well, I apparently think I have to balance it, and I have to, because it's gonna be one or the other. And so we get on it. We go up as high as we can.
This is a dead end. It's the other side that we need. Okay.
And then I'll let it go.
All right,
Okay.
let's carry on.
Interesting. So what's the purpose here? Okay, that's for later, I think. So, here.
Hold
you
on.
put the beam on. Put the beam on it.
Oh, no, I thought I could climb something.
And then we could probably get out to there.
Oh, yeah.
And then once you're on here, I'll release it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you have to keep the beam.
I hit the wrong button. We're good.
Yeah. All right, and then we're over here.
Okay, and I can... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Come on.
Okay. So it's this one. Oh, this is cool.
It's
okay,
their refraction of light to get us up. So laser beam it so we can jump on.
That's so cool.
And then... Baby jump. Okay. And then move
And
it over.
I'll let go.
Yeah.
And then I send her over there. Oh, I love
And then
this.
we climb up. And jump over. Okay.
Oh, my girl back. That was cool. I like
I
that.
like that. That was fun.
We moved when I was 12. Was it before or after the accident?
Come on. There you go. Oh. Okay. That's a cool trick. I need you to... There we go.
Ooh, that's a clever trick.
What the purpose of that is. Oh. You can double jump.
Yeah, that's not the issue. The issue is my depth perception.
Oh. Turn around. There you go. Yep.
No!
Oh.
Fuck! Okay. And then
Right.
that one.
Yep.
And then this one. And then this one. And then I'll go down one.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yep.
This one.
Back to that one. That one right there in the center. Yep.
Oh, I didn't even see that one there.
That's why I
Okay.
figured I try to help you so that you can get it.
Like, this one looks even. There's nothing there. Cool. I love that for me. Oh, no.
This is my stop sign. And Ella's, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, 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 Okay. Slide me in the hole.
Kinky.
Giggity. I can let go of the trigger, chat. I'm in a cutscene.
Watch the cutscene just end.
Yeah,
You
you
did
let
all
go
the-
of the button. That'd be my luck. Ugh.
Zoe! You
Do we
okay?
know the accident? yet?
No, we
Uh-huh.
just found out it's an
Are you
accident.
sure? Yeah.
I think we're gonna find out what the accident was.
100%. They said that they were playing and there was an accident and she died. So
You set the pace. I'll follow.
Yeah. Thanks, Mia.
this. Oh God.
Whoa! What the hell is that?
I can't
don't know,
clip.
but we better run. Look out here!
Shit.
We're gonna give Zoe fucking PTSD. Oh, it's like dragony snake. Oh, I like that. Well, alright then.
They were playing somewhere with eels, and
They were playing in the water.
she drowned.
I could totally see that happening.
If this does deep water sections, I might freak out a bit.
What the hell was
Well,
that thing?
maybe we'll get lucky.
Don't crash!
Uh-oh.
Who's steering? Oh,
We
both
both
of us?
are.
Oh, great.
Whoa!
All right, slightly to the right. Slightly to the left. Right. Center.
That's on
Right.
center. Left.
Right. Left.
Okay, we lose some momentum,
Yeah.
but we're okay. That just steers to drive a car. Oh my God. See, I can't do that
Left. Oh.
because I only have one speed, and that's my foot goes down to the pedal. And Doc would hate
What?
that. Kai goes, just imagine you both had to drive a, you both had to steer to drive a car. Oh, we can't do that. Okay,
Left.
I'm
Left.
Oh. Left.
Here it comes!
Right. Left.
Oh my God.
Right.
Dash cam footage. I will give you the dash cam footage, Kai.
Left.
Watch out! Shit!
Right.
No,
Left.
stay where we are.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought we were gonna get eaten.
Steady, Zoe!
Half pipe.
Left
Yeah, now it's left.
and right immediately.
There's more of them!
Or not?
I didn't go right. I went the other right.
Because I figured we could ride the dragon again.
Oh, I figured
You
left
go-
to go back on the platform.
Well, it looks like we passed it, so. Left. Right. Left.
Just a little less right. Whee!
I don't like this. My triskaidekaphobia is starting to go off, and I really do not like this.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we just stay on the platform.
Ian, do something! Right,
Oh,
we got
so
ghosts.
I have an
I can
attack
work with that.
owl. Just saying, it attacks things, it kills things. Alright, yeah, so steer the boat, and I murder ghosts.
Chain?
Oh god.
You almost went down.
I did almost go down.
I need you back on the. Yeah, you have to
I
stay on the
see,
chain.
okay.
But I'll pull it through. There we go. And then I have to send back.
Where are you going that way?
Yeah, I think so.
Then come get me.
Oh. I thought you were.
I can't get across that, there's no way.
No, I thought like they had like your own path or whatever.
Nope. Nope. Okay.
There's a ghost. Oh, and
Stay away.
that thing hurts me.
Cool. Yeah, chat. So this is your reminder to go see a therapist when traumatic things happen. Don't suppress the feelings. I don't know what this does.
You keep rotating it.
I noticed, but I don't know what it does.
Look at what I'm doing. You keep stop rotating. Go to the other one.
I can't. There we go.
Because it basically gives me a wall.
Statues are getting
So stop. Look where. Well.
That's fine. I'll stop when it comes back around.
Just rotate around again. That's fine. All right, and then should be able to do that. And then we can grab that one.
And then. And boop.
There's a ghost.
I'm getting better at the ghosty things.
Yeah.
I think you have to get us through that hole. Probably have to move the... Either move the wheel or we have to get through the...
Oh yeah, rotate this guy here. Behind us again.
That one?
Yeah.
Or this one. It's gotta be this one.
Yeah, leave it there. Oh no, there. We could probably jump up and climb that, right?
Probably. I'd maybe. Oh, you said either move the wheel, and then I saw this, and I was like, oh. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Ugh. Sorry if I'm a little tense. I do not do water well.
That's fine. Oh shit.
Okay,
I can't. That's problematic. It showed up after I attacked myself. Alright. Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so we do have to. Okay. Back on the boat. Back on the boat. Boop. 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 Oh. Almost missed the boat.
I can't believe I have all of this inside of me.
Still no theories on why?
Only that this darkness seems to have been left unchecked for a long time.
Probably this one here. Oh, okay. Ghost?
Yeah. Ah. You monster.
I'm trying to stay on top of them, but when they're not in front of me, it takes me a second to find them.
No, I'm not. You're doing just fine.
I'm just making a comment, like it takes me a second.
Is necessary.
Oh, I do not like the glowing
Not
red
a fan of
flowers.
ghosts. Or snake monsters.
Look, man, you either get no water or you get snake monsters. You don't get both.
I'll take the no water.
Okay.
Oh, this looks like a war's. That's a huge crossbow. More like a ballista.
I'm saying it's probably a ballista.
Giant snake monster, I guess.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh well, we were never good at stealth anyway.
Okay. Ugh.
So, it's probably safe to assume these snake monsters did all of this destruction.
And corrupted my subconscious into a ghost town.
I don't like it.
I can't activate. Oh, I can't throw stuff back? Okay. Oh god, is that... Oh, there, hold on, there's ghosts. Oh, god.
Those are just like area of effect ghosts.
Are they?
I don't know if I think I have to throw us.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh, okay, so the ghosts can kill me if I run into them.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. They're area of effect ghosts. Like they just patrol. Ready?
Okay. No, but yes.
I think we're being thrown that way. I don't know who's gonna have to activate what.
We'll see. Nothing.
Oh no. Just. Huh.
Alright, new plan! What are you watching, Kai? Is it like a chat that he has or a card or something? The rest of the event. Oh, I didn't finish his event.
Oh, there it is. There it is. And your
What?
thing is up in the air.
Oh, okay. So it's gotta be me that gets thrown up. Alright, let's do it.
No, I still think we both get thrown up, but you activate it once we're up high enough. So
Okay.
like, yeah, so that once we're past it, you basically activate the floor, because we'll hit the bottom of the floor.
Yep, do it.
Ready?
Oh, fuck. But I had
Alright.
it. Damn depth perception. Go. Okay, I did it.
All right, now we gotta look around.
It
where
looks
we
like
can
this
go.
way.
I don't like where this is going, Mia.
Oh, yep.
I know. But we have to face
Are you
it if we
off?
ever want to
Okay.
escape
Nope.
the simulation.
Oh.
I don't
Well,
think I have the strength to do
That's.
it.
Hello?
I didn't have it to face my demon either, remember? Let me return the favor.
Well. Okay. I will just yank myself.
I started his event, Kai, but I didn't finish it.
I just didn't have the jump timing.
That's fine. Oh crap.
Damn ghosts.
They popped up right as I was
No!
jumping.
It brought me back here.
Rude. Okay, my eagle is ready. It's not an eagle, it's an owl, I know. Oh, that's really sweet. Why is he so fucking sweet? That's bullshit. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, I can't remember. It's close enough. It was adorable, and that's all that matters. I can't get up. Help! I can't jump! Help, I can't jump!
Oh, that's where we have to be.
I can't. There we go. I couldn't make it up the house. I was all by my woes. Oh god. Oh god. No! Hate it.
You got it. You good. Is that something you can hit over there?
The chain thing? No.
No, the yellow thing on the floor.
Yeah, it doesn't light up.
Unless.
Okay, don't hit the water, but
You got it. Yeah.
alright, now I can do it. Do that. Do that. Hit my bird.
Oh, I see. It's gonna be a buzzsaw.
Okay. Go in there. Hit me.
Turn it on. Turn it on.
Yeah, but it fades away, so
Oh, you gotta time it.
yeah,
Got it.
that's why I was like, don't.
Alright, whenever you're ready, you tell me.
Go for it.
Neo.
Wait, what? Hold on, let me okay, try again. I'm assuming I have to hit the chains, but I'm not.
You know what I bet? Here, hold on.
Yeah, shift it. Okay, try now. Yeah, there we go.
You gotta do them each individually.
I was like, I'm not breaking the wood. Hey, come back, little bird.
Chainsaw
That was a
chandelier.
tricker.
My type of chandelier.
Oh, I don't like that.
It's just a sunburst. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. I hit the wrong button. There you go.
Oh, it's a wall climb.
Oh god. Oh god. We're good. Crisis averted.
Wait, what? Nope. Nope. This is a dead end. I must have to move it with something. And where can it go? Should go down there? Up there. On the froggy. Huh.
That's it.
Oh, that is it. Okay. So
So hold on.
maybe it's just me who has to go across.
Hold on. I know. I gotta get myself lined up. Take that one. Take that. And then...
And then I should be able to get to the chain, which should then open the gate.
Okay, let's move.
Okay.
Awesome.
Zoe, you see that?
that gate in the distance?
That looks
Yeah.
like an awful gate.
Something's roaring me to it. Is that a good or bad thing? I'm not really sure. Only one way to find out.
Yo, you know what's gonna suck? We're gonna have to fight the sister. Oh! Oh! I don't like that. That's gross. Ew. Take the. Ew.
But yeah, these are all like subterranean creatures. Something happened.
All animals but this. Yeah, no thanks.
Here.
I was like, my owl was about to. Stop moving it! My owl can't concentrate! There you go. Oh my god, it's so gross. Oh. Blech.
Don't eat my life, buddy.
Blech.
The light seems to attract them.
Oh god. Can you put me to the other side or to the middle? Take it to you. Oh god. I'm gonna just throw up. So gross.
Alright.
Oh, there's that one. I didn't see this one back here.
Okay. Oh god. Alright.
Whoa. We're
Well.
all friends here, right? I think I can get
Alright.
you over. Sooner
Alright.
rather than later, Mio.
There you go.
And then.
Ah! I have a
Righty.
trauma from that one. You crushed me so many times on the other path.
Yeah.
Ugh. Absolutely disgusting. Come on, little owl buddy.
That gate. It's like it warms my heart. Sounds like something inside me wants us to succeed.
Oh god.
Someone.
Oh, don't make me fight my sister. That would be messed
That's
up.
what I said. I'm like, $20. We gotta fight the. Oh, wrong button.
Bye.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Yeah, you're
Eat
gonna
myself.
Yeah.
In my mind, I was like, I have to jump this
Where's it coming from?
from the top.
Oh god.
Disgusting.
Alright, and then let go of the light.
God.
Yeah. Well, the music is getting creepy.
We're going to the gate of hell to go fight my sister.
Well, my sister.
Well, yeah.
Or myself, who caused my sister's death.
No, it's 20. I have this feeling it's the sister. Oh, I have to connect
Alright.
the snake.
Are you rotating it?
Yeah, it's me. Now it's not me.
Alright, hold on.
I figure we have to line up
No,
parts.
stop. Hold on. Can you rotate one part while I rotate the other? Yes. Yeah. Alright, so it's the other way around. Keep going. Keep going.
No, I think I had it.
Oh. It was
Yeah,
just.
there you
we
go.
Okay.
It's the outer pieces that need to get adjusted. Because See, these two pieces don't line up. There we go.
It just didn't like me oh, ew. I don't like that.
Why is it a centipede or a millipede or a something bug? Why is it a bug? Sadly, Lumina,
oh God.
it's 100% more bugs.
Can you use it on this or no? No?
There's nothing for it to grab to.
Unless... Yep.
Good morning, chat.
Very bright.
Oh God. Oh God.
Zoe, are we supposed to fight it? I don't know. Stay sharp.
Excuse me? Fight? And who do you call it?
What?
It can't be. Zoe, is that you? Oh, dear little Zoe. As delightful as always.
Okay, this creeps me out.
Yet, still as wounded. Oh, yes.
Oh my God, did you make friends with bugs?
What are you talking about? Am I supposed to know you?
Just see us as your spiritual guides. Oh, we're running out of time. We need to get her back home. On your hop.
Really? We've already done dragons. Yeah, I guess.
Oh God, we're together though. Oh God, okay, hold on.
So, you two know where we're heading?
Oh, yes. We're taking you back to where it all started. Zoe's subconscious is growing rather gloomy, don't you agree?
Do we agree, Zoe? Sure.
And there's the temple. That's where you need to go.
Has this got anything to do with the snake monster?
Yes. Guilt infested Zoe's heart.
Guilt?
And the Hydra grew bigger.
Oh God, is this better or worse than the water?
Why a Hydra?
This is okay. I'm okay with this.
Comes in many guises.
Oh.
You can do it!
This is disgusting, though.
It really is. I'm just trying to be like, it's cat dog. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Oh God.
Move with caution.
I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Not this
Nope,
way.
I guess we gotta get up the hill.
Oh God.
We're getting roasted.
Here we go, right there. Okay.
Graceful as swamp snails.
Oh, I got stuck. You murdered us.
What? Didn't do that, did I?
I don't know. We have to hold it and like swing?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I'll go and hold the first one.
Okay.
And then I let go. And then got that one. And I let go. What? What?
Oh god, do we need to get momentum? And then do a jumping swing?
I think so. Gotcha.
Let go. Oh, I was gonna say you could let go there. Let go.
Okay. Woohoo! That wasn't so bad.
Nah, that was pretty easy.
Which one?
Hold on. I gotta turn myself around.
I sprained an ankle. Which
one? I don't know. Okay. Oh, the timing!
Okay.
These statues remind me of something.
That's a lesson learned.
Where have we seen them before?
Wait.
That one's fine. You can grab that one. It's the other one you can't grab.
Okay. Go.
Got it. Oh god! I got you! Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Give me a little more space close to the edge. There you go. Okay.
Great. Lava guys.
Ow.
What?
We can't touch the lava geysers. Alright.
Oh god, alright.
Go. And then stop. Go. Stop. Go. Oh shit.
Yeah, we gotta do it while we walk.
No! I crushed myself!
You went too early. There's no jump here, I don't think.
Oh, god damn. There we go. Okay.
Wait.
And then you. And then me. And then
And then can you get onto this one?
Yeah, okay.
And then I gotta. No, you can't.
Yeah, I know. There was a gap.
Alright, and then I gotta.
I have too many legs.
No, what? Why'd you move?
I don't know. I have too many legs.
Okay, I gotta get onto this one, and then you go back and you swing around. And ride back. Okay. Aha, we reunite.
Oh god damn it, are you serious? I gotta eat lava bugs. Play whack-a-mole, play whack-a-mole. I might just wait for it to pop out like nearby.
Oh, I think we just have to do it.
Do we?
Under pressure, yeah. And then let go. Oh, you let go.
Because I was getting attacked by lava.
We weren't there. We were fine.
See? I didn't let go that time. If I get
No,
hit, I get hit with the lava. So just wait, hold on a second.
Can we like bait it out?
Well, that's what I was saying. It's whack-a-mole. So just wait for it to get close to you and then just whack it. Yeah. Yeah, this back one and this front one. Hold on, go this way because there's lava. God damn it, come back. Got it.
And now we can do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whack-a-mole.
I hate it. Can we direct it somehow?
I was like, maybe protects us from the water. Did you expect things to be that easy? Yeah, a little bit, you know. They were nice. I don't know. I can't grab anything.
Oh my god.
Oh, this might just do the trick.
Run, 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 run. How did you squirt the water out? Oh, there we go. Okay. But I had Joanna, welcome in. Oh god.
So we gotta move with it. Anytime.
Okay, that's not so bad.
We make a great team, guys.
A joint effort. We make a lot of joints.
Oh shit, balls. Let go!
Let go.
Whoa, whoa!
Ah, fuck.
Yep.
I'm not gonna make it!
Alright, we gotta just get through that in one swinging motion.
Yeah. Alright. Grab on. Hold on, I gotta swing. I gotta get my momentum. Alright, let's go! Okay.
But he didn't line me up to a thingy.
I thought you were gonna bring the other pole. Alright. Get my momentum. Let go! Let go! Let go!
Too much momentum.
Don't lose your temper.
Never too much momentum. Let go! I can't grab the bottom hook if I don't!
Let go, let go.
Let go.
Right. Let go.
Keep it up!
Now it gives you enough time to wing yourself. Ready?
No!
And go. Ah! Good,
But I think we had it right.
We just gotta.
Just wing it. Just keep the body out of the way. Alright.
All right.
We're getting properly cooked over here.
Let go! Okay.
I'm good. Let go.
I don't know. Yeah, you didn't say it though, so I waited. Alright, and I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna grab.
Try and stay calm now.
Alright.
It's all right. We'll get it.
And release. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say that was it.
But you didn't
Now I
say
gotta-
anything.
Well,
Speak. Use your words.
Keep
Go.
going.
go. Well,
Chad,
Go.
he's very bad at his words.
well,
What are you doing?
you have to
Steady does it.
watch my momentum and just let go when
No.
I'm going.
Say let go, and I will let go.
But I am. And it's just too late in the momentum chain.
Go. Let go. Ah, God. Unhand me. This is why communication is key. Okay. And release. And release.
Alright. Ready? Oh, okay. Okay.
No, because I need to get the bottom one. Hey, there.
And now go.
I can't.
I don't know what you're doing. I'm trying to throw you. But you keep grabbing the lower rung. Like
Yeah,
wait,
because I'm
like-
not throwing. I'm just falling. So I grab the lower one, so at least I don't have to restart. I can just, like, re-spin myself. Let go. Let go.
Okay.
Shit.
What? Okay, that one wasn't me.
Here, I'm gonna grab this one. You're gonna. Oh, okay. Let go. I'm gonna go.
Keep moving.
Oh God.
Oh, what?
Yeah, because your body went into the lava.
But we were right. We had it right. That's the correct way to do it.
But your body went into the lava. Your body can't touch the lava.
Oh.
And release. I'm too far. I'm not gonna make anything.
Yeah, it's fine. Just make it. Jump. Oh.
Fuck.
As I say, toss me. Alright. You should be able to catch on this one. Alright. Let go. Momentum. And go. Let go. Well, now it's too late. That initial momentum was it. Once I hit the top of the swing, I was out of momentum.
Let go.
Well, okay.
Whoa, whoa.
Alright.
See if you can drag yours. Because you're gonna fall.
I can't get into the... Ah, fuck. We had it.
Alright, you know what I think we're gonna do? I'm gonna let go when we're vertical. And I'm gonna grab the immediate one, and you grab the first one you can grab, so that we should be right next to each other. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
yeah, we'll see how that works.
Because we had it. That was good.
Let go.
That one is just okay.
You didn't grab anything.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. Yeah.
Just let me die. It's fine. And let go.
I let go. Oh, well, you have to grab that next one. So, there we go. And now somehow we have to just hope that this is enough.
We just have to pray that our body doesn't get hit. No, see?
Oh, it's enough. It's enough.
Oh, fuck,
All right,
there's
let go.
more. What do you mean there's more?
Oh, go. Go.
Keep moving.
Go. Oh, no. Well, now we messed up the momentum. I'll wait until you come around again. You're just going to grab the outer ring, and I'm going to let go when you grab the outer ring.
I have the outer ring.
Let go. Let go. No. Wait until I let go to grab the outer ring when you swing around. We're going to go all the way to the top, and you're going to swing around. I don't want you to grab until I let go. Yep, good. Good. And go.
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank God.
That was thrilling.
That was
sucks.
tough. We
sucks.
got it. We got
The
it.
worst part was we had it right a
what
few
happens
times,
now?
but our body was just over enough where it killed us because of the lava. And like, that's not fair. We had it.
Wait, straight places, so I'm on the right again.
Doesn't matter. It's a cutscene.
Okay. Because I'm losing myself.
Why'd we stop?
There's a door.
You to the edge. Some roads are meant to be walked with one's own 2 feet.
For too long have we watched as you've been giving everyone.
What you can't give yourself.
Oh dear, Zoe.
We tried everything to make you happy again.
But in the end, it has always been up to you.
Who are you?
Just someone who loved you from the start.
And someone you need to call more often.
Oh, it's her parents.
Mom? Dad?
Always remember that in complete darkness,
A single spark shines like the sun.
Aww. Okay, that's sad and
But
pretty.
she made her parents centipedes, and that's gross.
What's this supposed to be? I wish I had a clue.
Zoe and
Ella.
Emily. Or Ella, yeah.
It's Ella.
Yeah.
Is this your home?
God. No, not the water. I thought we were done with the water.
It became haunted when Ella died. So we left it to rot. All because of me. Because I couldn't hold on.
What do you mean?
I couldn't hold on. We weren't supposed to go to the river. I convinced her. The wet stones. She slipped and I couldn't hold on.
But it wasn't an accident, Zoe.
No! Ella died because of me. Ella! Ella!
Oh, don't do that. Oh, God, no.
No, let go! Hold on! Zoe!
The water's red. It's all covered in blood. That's awful.
Zoe! Are you okay?
Okay.
Let's meet halfway! You're not alone in this, Zoe!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. No. This is bad.
Come to me!
Oh shit. Oh, that's cool.
Look, Zoe! We can fight back!
Do you get what we're supposed to do?
Not yet. Oh wait, can we cut it? This is the one time we go. We actually, yeah, we actually spread.
Come on, come on, come on!
But if you cut a Hydra's head off, it just grows back double time.
I don't know what to do!
Are you not supposed to cut? Oh crap! Ow! Nuts! Don't bring me back to doom, you bitch! Ah fuck! I died in the exact same spot because of Hydra lasers. That's not cool. No, come on.
Don't lose faith!
Oh god.
Holy shit! Oh shit! I'm glad you came back when you did. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh god.
Okay, we got it.
It was zooming in and it got
Yeah,
hit.
then I died. I was like, that's great, thanks. Alright, so we're cutting heads off, even though we're gonna regret that decision. Alright.
Okay, I think we got this.
This one? This one sounds good.
Yeah.
Pray this is right!
Oh no!
No, no, I don't like this.
Oh, we're okay. We're on ground.
I lost the medallion! Get up, Zoe. Come on. I don't think I have the strength to carry on.
Oh, I went in the water.
We'll figure it out. Just keep going.
Oh, come on, I jumped. Rude.
Oh god.
It's ballista, but still, it's
Come on,
fun.
Zoe. Get the ballista in line.
That's really sexy.
Whew. Only 2 heads to go. We got this.
Oh no!
Oh god.
Don't think of it as water. Think of it as, I don't know. Oh god.
Push the ballista.
Alright, it's your power. Ah, what I fuck up. There we go. I really hope that actually works.
It's gone, Zoe, look!
When has that ever
I know.
in one phase?
Zoe?
Because Ella, I can't. She can't get rid of it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And heads of a Hydra duplicate when you kill them.
9.
I'm so sorry, Mio! Don't worry about me!
What? Oh god. Okay, don't get eaten. Got it.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh, what have I done? What have I created? Don't blame yourself! Look, Zoe! Your half! It must be close!
Cool.
Look, that must be our raft from earlier. Seems like the Hydra
I overshot it.
devour your entire subconscious.
Okay. I keep losing track of myself because we're together.
Wait. Alright. Oh, that's what we gotta do. Okay. You gotta get your birdie over there.
Yeah, but I can't follow you. That's the problem.
Just look for the red.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, okay.
Could it be? It's the heart. Down there! Your medallion!
Oh god. Okay.
I know now what we have to do! You do? What? Restore the heart!
I'm glad you made it down because I didn't.
Zoe, watch out! Zoe!
Oh crap.
Zoe! Where are you? Mio! Help!
I'm going.
I can't fight much more!
I got you,
Oh,
boo.
Zoe!
Terrible edge runner.
You okay? Yeah. Come on, we gotta go! Stay in the light!
Alright, and I'm jumping! Oh, I fucked up.
Okay.
Alright, and we jump here, bloop! And we jump here, bloop! And we jump and we climb. And we jump. And we jump. Yeah, choke its heart out. That sounds terrible, actually.
Restore the heart, Zoe!
Oh, hell yeah!
Hold to illuminate.
Oh, I was hitting the wrong trigger.
Let go!
You got this. We got this.
Oh, game, don't you make me cry.
I can't do it. I can't.
Breathe. Just breathe. Take as much time as you need. Hello?
Hi.
You must be Ella. She just needs some time.
I know. I got this.
Oh, this game is gonna make me fucking cry.
I'm so sorry.
It was never your fault, Zoe. You have to stop blaming yourself.
I'll try.
Your heart is ready to heal. And you're pretty cool, Mio. Zoe will be fine with you around.
She ain't that bad herself.
No, she isn't.
I love you.
And I love you. It's time to go home.
I mean, everything else is falling apart, but yeah, we did it!
my machine.
No, you did that yourself. It's fine.
Dead body.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's good, guys.
Bloody hell! No way!
I told you down here, I'm the one that makes the rules. Down here, I am God!
Yeah? Where you at? Right here! Here! Not sure! Let's try to figure this out!
So, Doc, this is the last section. It's about 40 minutes. I know you've got your thing tonight, right? You're muted. I can't hear you.
It starts at what, 10 or something?
You guys start at 10 o'clock?
Because of other stuff.
Jesus
Remember, we only go until
Christ.
midnight.
Jesus. Okay, so then you want to finish?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's do it.
And hope that we can meet up. What strange world is this?
Oh, God.
No, Benny.
Oh, that sucked. Okay.
Huh.
Oh, shit. Okay. Whee! Oh, God!
There you are. What the hell has happened to the simulation? No idea, but there's no way this is stable.
Oh, God.
Oh, the trees are spinning. Trees?
Oh no, they're the exact...
They're the same, but we're seeing two different things.
Yeah.
Yay,
Yeah.
love that for me.
The simulation's definitely compromised. And now Raider's somewhere in here. What's his next move?
All I know is he won't go out without a fight.
Wait, how are you jumping like that?
It's a bouncy mushroom!
Weird. Weird.
Oh. Tell me where to go.
Right there, right there. Stop. To your left. I'm gonna try to jump to that platform.
Okay.
Look on my screen. On my head split of the screen. So push
Okay.
it all the way to the side, all the way forward as far as you can.
Go forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Almost took
Almost
my head
killed you.
off.
Dead end, Mio!
Wait, I've got something.
Okay.
Do you recognize anything yet?
The genre, but not the story.
Same here.
Let's pray we can fight back somehow.
Do you think there's even glitches anymore?
Let's hope. It's been our only defense against raiders so far.
My thoughts exactly.
Oh, God.
Oh god.
Oh, God.
I've got a carnivorous-looking plant gazing at me.
What? Be careful.
Oh, hold on. Oh. I bite you.
Don't bite me.
Yeah, that's all I can lock onto is you. So I'm just gonna walk away from the crane.
Hey, hold on. No,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, I see. I'm wondering if that's how we get down with the laser.
Or maybe, hold on. Oh no. No, maybe not. Oh wait, oh.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Take
Yeah,
me
hold
to
on.
like a beam or something, or like a, do you have a vine?
Here.
Hey! Don't eat me! I didn't know it would do that, sorry.
Actually, I wonder.
Can I hit the, yeah, can I hit the vine? No, go, stop. Go right there. Go down a little bit. Down a little bit. Down a little bit. Down, other way. Your other down. Legitimately, you see that actual vine?
Look on my
do you see
screen,
do you see
yeah.
that green vine like right by you?
Yeah.
Go to it, and then stop. No.
Although, actually, I bet you, right there, see? You want to hit as I jump. It's the flower. I'll die, that's fine.
Okay.
So the carnivore plant is a vegetarian?
Alright, so then there's
And
another...
it's probably this one right here.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that did the trick. Does this make any
Nice.
sense to you? Luckily it does on my side.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I definitely needed you to be like, I knew you were the target and you would have to get eaten in some capacity. Run. Okay.
I gotta admit though, these shrubs are cute. Focus. Get on the platform. Where?
Here?
Yeah, the big... Sweet! I got stairs!
This looks tricky.
Oh, yes it does.
Don't jump. No, Zoe, no! What?
Oh.
How do you...
You're just floating in space. Alright, I'll jump on. Alright, I'm on. Oh god. Go, 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 go! Yeah.
I think you have to get up here.
I overshot. Can you come back? Okay, go ahead. Keep going, keep going. Stop. Go, 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 go. Okay. Oh, come on, don't fall again. Keep pushing.
This is seriously messing with my brain. I doubt the machine is on top form.
Okay.
Got a big cannon over here. Me too, but I can't reach mine. Ooh. Look around.
Oh.
Is there something on your side that I can pick?
Yeah, these things that I'm sending over have water in them.
I don't see anything sending over.
So, can you see me?
No, hold on. Let me see where you're actually located.
I'm jumping.
Oh, you're over there. Okay.
Okay, so that electrical line has little fishies on it. I'm gonna fill one of them with water, and I need you to dump it.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you when to fire.
Okay. I don't know where I'm firing.
Oh, well, never mind. Right where the no fire sign is, to your left.
Oh, no fire. Okay.
On the yellow line, so a little higher.
Oh, on this line?
Yeah, right there. But I'm gonna well, you're gonna have to go lower. A little bit lower. That's probably good, but just wait until I tell you to fire.
Okay.
Okay. Fishy inbound. And get ready. Fire. Hell yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Yay!
I wonder what Raider is cooking.
Yeah.
Himself?
Being awfully quiet.
Still, no glitch in sight. Now that's a trippy view.
Otherworldly. Huh.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay.
That. Oh boy.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, not so bad.
Come to my side.
I know. I hear. Come to my.
Throw a bloody plane at us. This is gonna get ugly.
Oh god. It's moving back and forth.
Oh god.
Helicopter incoming.
I was like, should we have landed on it?
Oh god, I need to swim. Right trigger.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh my god. You're on a broomstick? I want to be on a broomstick. Oh god.
Oh god. I had to change over.
Ramp. My side looks okay.
Not good. Not good.
Jump. Okay.
Okay.
Raider, fuck up. Fuck up. Fuck off. He's a terrible monster, Chet. He's a terrible monster. Okay. Jump. Oh god. Oh shit. Jump. Jump.
Get ready, Zoe.
Oh, in the hole.
I can't let you know what I've built.
No, dude, you ruined it yourself. We saw that fire. Oh, Jesus.
End this madness, Raider.
This ends when you heal or die.
Oh god.
Just stand still.
How do I hit you?
The elements bend to me.
Oh no. No. Jack, did you know that I do okay on this puzzle when I get it in Fall Guys?
Is that a shattered glitch?
villages hit him.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ah, he killed me. I'm getting sick, hold on. Okay.
I order you to stop!
He didn't like that! Head back for the glitch!
I won't let 20 years of my life be ruined by you two.
Got it. Oh, I got a machine gun! Oh, hell yeah!
We can fight back!
Why won't you stop?
So, man, I'm really good at... Oh. I'm pretty good at headshots, so you might get a couple of those. Shit.
Is more important than your lives.
Dude, who hurt you? Oh, I fell. Like, did you not get enough love as a child? I don't... Ah.
No one believed in my vision. No one
I wonder why no one believed him. Maybe because he's a psychopath.
I saw the potential.
Damn it. Oh, okay, good.
Did we get him? I don't know!
Keep firing!
He's laughing.
Rise, you fall.
You with me? Yeah, still here!
Oh God, what's
Oh
happening?
no!
You're there!
Hey, look, guys, they made a pair of balls.
How does this make sense?
Oh, fuck. Really? Fuck. Oh, no.
God. Yeah, you have to jump to me.
There's nothing there. Okay, so I still have to stay in my world. I'm not switching over to yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. This is trippy.
Good thing I didn't have a death counter going because it was about to hit triple digits.
Will we
Thanks,
ever
dude.
escape? We have to!
Oh, and see, we could rotate it to get a better thing for ourselves.
Oh, Jesus.
Hold on, come back. I need to see what's ahead of me, so I need you behind me. Okay, I could just jump down. Okay, cool.
I have a thing here.
They're open. Go ahead, fire. Go ahead. Okay, it's a timed thing.
Wait, yeah, hold on. I gotta get my laser back. Alright, open. There you go.
Oh shit, whoops.
Alright, hold on. Your jumping turtles are not jumping turtles for me.
Easy now, little shell!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Those are the things, you actually have to avoid those.
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm like, wait! Ah! Ah, I can't. I'm overstepping. Alright, there we go. Shit. Okay, come on. Alright, I'm across.
This is seriously tripping me out. Yep, my senses are being tested.
Disintegrate into the
very frustrating. Oh, wait.
Are we together? Oh, but I'm wearing my gear.
And I'm wearing armor.
So it's your world, but probably my fucking powers. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, you gotta wait for me, man. If you're moving the thing, I'm gonna get eaten by piranhas.
I'm not. It's moving on its own. Oh god.
Oh my god.
So the raindrops are bad. Stay away
Yeah,
from those.
don't touch the raindrops. Where I am is okay. Okay. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This is really messed up. I don't even know where I am. So I just keep dying because I don't know where it's bringing me back.
Oh god.
I didn't like that.
That was insane.
I literally died, and then it kept bringing me back, but I couldn't see where it was bringing me back, so it kept landing me like in the piranhas or in the shredder.
Yeah, if there's
and I was like,
any criticism I have of this game, it's that the respawn timer needs invincibility frames.
Something. At least tell me where I'm located when you drop me, you know? Hi, psychopath. Why do you have a sword?
I'll bask in your twilight.
Okay.
No glitch will save you now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Try me.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I won't lie, I may not be paying attention to the floor. I may have been watching him. That would have been bad.
Yep, there's a lot of stuff going on.
But yeah. Because he hit the trident, like, into the side, I was watching to see when it pulled. Ow.
Okay, you can't be holding down the sword when you want to jump. Got it. What?
Oh my god, no! Really? I don't remember his fight. Is that really bad? You know, piranha, trying to eat me. I'm a piranha. A hydra.
Oh. Or shit.
Oh yeah. God damn it. Don't die. Okay, you can die. I was like, I'm coming back to life. Hold on. I don't know what hit me. I didn't see anything. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm playing baseball. Oh, yay. I died. God damn it. Stay alive! Oh shit. Ah! Ah! He's such an angry boy guy. Like, the man's got anger issues. Oh, you're almost dead, you son of a bitch. Go down!
Phase 2?
He punched a moon! How dare he punch a moon, chat?
Stupid fucking pop-up.
No, I was like, what?
I had a pop-up come over and I'm like, jeez.
You're good.
Zoe! Down here! Whoa! How did you get in there?
I don't know.
No! Get me out! Okay? Don't stress! I'm on it! Literally! Wild stuff! Keep that up!
Okay, I'm off. Oh god.
Haywire.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
see, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is trippy as shit.
Whoa! Douchebag.
Little help, Zoe? Leave it to me.
Guys, we're playing Tetris, sort of.
Yeah, I'm halfway.
Alright, I'm on the top. A little bit more! A little bit more! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm dead. I mean,
Okay.
I think you should. I think you and Jap would have a blast with it.
Now that I know what's going on.
Leave it to me.
Oh, I got crushed.
You were trying to get too ahead?
I guess, yeah.
Little help, Zoe? Leave it to me.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh shit, you crushed me.
It's like you're trying to jump too far ahead.
Well, no, I'm trying to jump forward so I don't get crushed by the thing trying to eat me.
It also sucks that this like is not particularly.
Alright, and then this one. Oh god. Get across, go to this one. And then across. Okay, I'm up. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, nope. Alright, and then this one here, and I'm here, and I'm down, and we're good?
I think you're in the clear.
Am I? Okay. I can't wait for him to get arrested. Attempted murder. Stealing things. I'm gonna say kidnapping too, but you know.
Zoe! Mio!
Oh shit.
Now it's your turn.
What the hell is this?
Whoa, you got big. Or am I small? I'll get you out.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Making me
Help me.
dizzy. You okay down there? Yeah.
Thank you.
Mio, we trust.
I No, tilt me back, tilt me back, tilt me back.
Like that? Is that good?
Well, can you not see it? Like, that's the slide, and you're gonna have to time it with this.
Okay, there we go.
No, you went too. Those things were on fire.
All right, bring it back. Or not. There we go. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I was trying to turn the thing back so I could slide it across.
I know. It's not frustration at you. It's that I can clearly tell it's a pain in the ass to do this.
I have to line you up just right. All right, and then slide you down.
Oh, that was on me.
I was gonna say what?
Yeah, that one's on me. I tried to get up towards the top, but apparently there's a hitbox there.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, let me slide you down. And then stop. Stop.
Nope. If you have too much momentum, it's not easy to stop.
Yeah. Alright. Hold on. I'm gonna try a different way. I'm gonna just slightly tilt.
You gotta go faster than that, or you gotta start closer to the fire.
Hey, stop! Did fire hit you that time?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, hold on.
Go. Oh, well, now wait. Oh, well. Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Stop.
I know.
Yeah.
What? Don't get off the thing!
What, you
had it, and you got off!
You slid the pipe back towards the other wall and were gonna crush me. I had to jump away.
Just slide down a little! I had you! Yeah, he doesn't trust me. See, there you go.
There we go. That one's much easier.
How much more can this simulation
That's
handle?
rude. He should totally trust me. Okay.
Boxcars.
Erase this with you inside.
Oh. Okay. Well.
What?
You kept the thing tilted, so the cart kept going. It doesn't resummon the cart.
Erase this.
Go.
I'm going. I'm tilting.
On it.
And then tilt. And then tilt.
Nope. Oh, I'm lucky.
I was like, that's all I can do.
Oh, no, there's the wheel. That's what it is. Okay. So after the cart, it's a wheel that you have to bring back. I do not like this phase.
No, this phase is awful. Especially since I can't see what's ahead of you, and I have to keep going back and forth. Like, having some sort of indicator, I think, would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, thankfully, the wheel's right here. Okay.
Alright, and even out? I don't know.
Oh, you have to slide
okay.
them. Alright, stop. Slide the other way. Okay.
Alright, and then... There you go.
There's a glitch above you.
And then... slide...
Yep.
I'm trying. There you go. Oh my god.
There we go. Oh, Jesus.
That was so much harder than it needed to be.
You did good. You did good. We made it through. I love you.
Oh my god. That was awful. Leah's favorite section. Cool idea on iPad. Bad execution. I think too, it doesn't help that like I want to hold the screen and shift the screen because it's easier for my mind to like figure out what I'm supposed to do.
I'd laugh if on like PS4 or 5 it has the motion controls.
Oh my god.
Watch as I kill you with your own creations.
Take your best shot.
A strange parking
No, not you again. Oh shit. Yay. I love this. What? I took damage and I didn't even do anything. That's bullshit.
The glitch is ready. Let's go.
Hi! Hi! Right? He's awful.
Do the trick. Take him down.
Die, you motherfucker!
Attack. Good song.
Oh, god damn it. Alright. Did I kill him before he even drops it on the playing field? No. Okay. Oh god. Ah, son of a bitch. Whoa! 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 I couldn't jump. Why wasn't I jumping?
Oh, it's playing the sandworm music too, which is hilarious. Oh, this guy.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
Ugh. Oh, we gotta do it all over again.
At least this phase is easy. These little golem dudes are nothing. Ah, shit. Ow. Oh, come on! Gonna shoot him in his head. No! I'm gonna get blasted off! Leave me alone! Oh, God. Okay. I'm just trying to stay alive. Nope. Failed. Okay, Jordel's done.
Overclocking machinery.
Oh shit! Ah! They come back really fast.
Son of a bitch. The problem is we're also too close together. We need to be on completely opposite sides.
Then come to my right because I need you on my right.
Eradicate.
Are you able to fire your gun at it, or is it just dying on its own?
No, I'm firing my gun at it to kill it.
Okay.
Scaling up trauma.
Oh, shit. Ah, come on. Come on. Still alive, me. Still alive. Ah, shit. Come on, girl. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay.
Overclocking machinery.
Ah, come on. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I can do that.
You trolls, my army.
Science again?
Don't do this to me.
Now's our chance! After him!
Yay!
This is not happening. What's going on?
Oh god.
Dear God, help me!
No, fuck off. You're an asshole.
Stop this! You understand nothing!
I have a gun. Please, somebody have a gun.
Enough! Enough already!
No,
This
fuck
is
off.
my creation, my dream, and no one, not you or you, will stand in my way.
Get ready to flank him, Zoe! Let's get him!
Oh, shit.
Stop this right now!
Woo! Did we throw him out? Oh, we threw him out! Hell yeah!
Yay! The game is over. We beat the megalomaniacal monster.
What do
and
you
hopefully
mean
we
we're in
throw him
different
into space.
bodies?
Oh my god, could you imagine?
You okay? Yeah.
Punch him in his face!
My machine. My life.
Kick him in his nuts.
Do both!
You ruined everything.
We didn't do
Oh,
shit!
shut up. Yeah. Save it for the biography. Hey, let's get the hell out of here. Absolutely.
Everybody else is
Everyone
like,
else is just picking up, like, what the fuck happened?
I am curious to like, did they just experience their story? Was everything great? Like, I'm curious of their experience through all of this. Like, as we're breaking the machine, are they aware of any of it?
Well, this will be a day to remember. Why? What do you mean? Hey, you know what? We should write a book about all of this. Huh.
Wait, are we just not gonna like
Nope.
take an interview with police
Nope.
like, and throw this man under arrest?
Nope. We're like, ah, fuck it, it's fine. I mean, badasses never look at explosions.
Wild. Oh no. Why am I not surprised? Her style is a
Never was
pantsuit.
comfortable in these types of clothes. They're so impractical. It's a release party, not a heist. Look what I picked up. First one out of the printer.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Look, Dad. I got published. How are you? I'm good. He's proud of you. I'm proud of you. I'm telling you, our book is brilliant. We are brilliant.
Damn right we are.
Shall we? The main guests can't be late to their own release party. Wish us luck. Still, though, I can't believe we named it Split Fiction. But wasn't that your suggestion? As a working title, not the official title. It's actually growing on me. Split Fiction.
Jesus
Oh, cool.
Christ.
I guess. So, how do you think our book will be received? My gut feeling tells me we're gonna be alright. Alright or great. Does it matter? At least we've got each other. Best friends forever. Sometimes I forget how cheesy you are.
Guys, they're roommates, quote unquote.
I do. And little kids. I can live with that. I'm not surprised. Say it too. Want to? Stop it. Just embrace your inner kid. It's fine. My bestie, right? Happy now. See, you can say it. Oh. I know.
That was cute.
It was. That was a very good game. I enjoyed it. It had its moments where it was frustrating, but
Yeah,
it was still a lot of fun.
it was very good. I enjoy the fact that, like, even though the story is what it is, they make it, like, they give it a plot and, like, a meaning. It wasn't just like, hey, I'm gonna get published. Like, there's, like, the arc of the characters and everything. Like, that just makes me enjoy it a little bit more. Right? It was good. I liked it. Will I play it again? Probably not, but it was good.
Well, it's one of those things where I'm like, unless there's like an achievement to not die the entire thing, like, I can't see a,
I think there's achievements for, like, doing something as Zoe and doing something as Mio. So, like, the idea is, like, you would go back and do certain things as the other person. I could be wrong. I never looked, but that'd be my guess.
Dark Mio.
What about Dark Mew?
That's the name of the character.
Oh,
Zoe's centipede mom.
Nice.
I'm gonna.
That's fine. Say bye,
Oh,
chat.
I can't do it without you.
Oh,
bye, chat.
There we go.
Because I'm curious if there's an after scene
BFFs
or if there's
finally published.
All right, good night, chat. I'm gonna go feed the cat.
Meow. We did it, chat! We did it! Yay! Everything is broken on my computer. It's great. We love that. Woo! But chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly. This game breaks my computer and it shouldn't. It just lags everything out. Oh god, I got head pennies loading too. Oh god. Lumina broke my bottle. I'm frozen. Thank you for the help, buddies. I appreciate it. But chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Mass Effect 2. We're starting day 3. I'm very excited. Obviously, because Doc and I finished the fiction today, there is no stream on Tuesday, so you can take that off the schedule. I am going to rest and become a blob. Probably a goblin. I'm going to be a goblin. That is my goal for Tuesday. But as always, my friends, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. And I do well hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day. Tomorrow, we are going to hang out with someone. I just don't know who. Because I don't know who's live. As I stupidly go back to dashboard instead of Twitch. Meow. Meow. Alright, let's see. Who's live doing stuff today? Let's go hang out with... I don't know. Chat, who do we feel like hanging out with today? Let's go hang out with Mocha. We haven't hung out with Mocha in forever. Mocha is doing just some repo with some friendos. So let's go hang out with Mocha. That's gonna be the plan. I say this and technology is like, what are you trying to do? Okay. Boop. Boop. Alright, chat. Please copy and paste the raid message. Please go tell Mocha we said hello. Go be the awesome, wonderful, fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And I will see you guys right back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for Mass Effect. Love you guys. Go drink water. Take care of yourselves. Till later. Dick is broken. Come on, Dick. You can do it. I pushed the button. I pushed it. Dick said no.